For the next 1,000 days, I'll be transforming into all of the Lost Titans. Using my variety of awesome skills, I'll fight my way through a bunch of terrifying Skibidi Toilet bosses to win the war in the name of the Alliance. Will I be able to overcome the power of the Skibidi army, or will I once again be lost to time? Watch until the end to find out. On day 1, I spawned into the middle of a city as a computer man. All around me were my fellow computer men brothers fighting Skibidi Toilets with their plungers. We were evenly matched, but putting up a good fight. Suddenly, a massive hacker Skibidi Toilet flew overhead.
I'm taking control of this war. Rise, my minions!
The hacker Skibidi shot out a hacking shockwave that caused the toilets to transform into glitch Skibidi Toilets. With their new glitch breath powers, they began to kill my friends one by one. Our people were beginning to lose. Oh no! We can't keep up!
Leave them alone!
Just then, the Titan Cameraman, Speakerman, and Cinemaman all arrived to help us stop the evil hacker Skibidi. The Titan Cameraman slammed down his hammer onto the foe, while the Titan Speakerman and Cinemaman backed him up with their own powerful attacks.
You're no match for me!
Despite being ambushed by all three Titans, it was no use. The hacker Skibidi fired a hack attack that shot down all of our allies in a single blow, leaving only the Titan Cameraman with low health. No!
Computer Man, you must find the lost computer parts and win this war before it's too late.
The Titan Cameraman died in front of me and the glitch Skibidi Toilet army closed in. I knew I was no match for them, so I ran for my life. On day 2, I was being chased through the city by the glitch Skibidi Toilets. I tried my best to evade them, but soon enough, I found myself cornered in an alley.
Nowhere to run now, little computer.
No! Get away! Suddenly, I unleashed a new fire attack that put flames in the path of the incoming toilets. I was able to create a firewall. Whoa! What else can computer men do? While the toilets were stuck behind the flames, I ran up a nearby ladder to escape. I was about to get away when out of nowhere, a glitch Sawblade Skibidi Toilet dropped down in front of me.
You can't escape the Skibidi Toilet army!
He attacked me with his spinning Sawblade arm and implanted a computer virus into my system. I knew I couldn't fight him in my current state, so I tried to run away. Unfortunately, the glitch Sawblade Skibidi was waiting for me around every corner.
Fool! As long as you have that virus, I can always find you.
I thought I was surely done, until the ground collapsed beneath the glitch Sawblade's feet. Just then, a drill man popped out from the hole.
That won't hold him for long. Come with me.
On day 3, I followed the drill man into a factory room where I spotted a mysterious computer part waiting inside. That's one of the lost computer parts the Titan Cameraman told me to find. As if by instinct, I ran over to the part and grabbed it, causing my body to transform. I grew bigger in size and stronger in power. I was now a large computer man with 5 more hearts. Suddenly, I heard the sound of whirring blades approaching. When I turned around, I spotted the glitch Sawblade Skibidi flying towards another entrance.
You won't escape!
Use your powers, Max.
Suddenly, my screen turned on and I blasted a green sonic wave attack. The factory door shut, blocking the Skibidi Toilet from getting inside. Whoa! I have hacking powers now! Who are you? How do I get more of these parts?
I'm Dre. The surviving Titans are the only ones who know where they are. You must find them and build a new alliance to defeat the hacker Skibidi Toilet.
Just then, the glitch Sawblade Skibidi crashed through the door. It wasn't strong enough to hold him back for long.
I'm getting us out of here. Follow me.
Dre used his Drillman powers to dig a path down, and I followed him through the hole. On days 4 through 7, Dre and I emerged back in the overworld to find ourselves outside of a prison.
My people are being held inside, including the Titan Drillman. He'll be able to help you.
We didn't have long to talk before the glitch Sawblade Skibidi climbed out from the ground behind us.
No more running! Fight me!
The toilet used his glitch breath attack at me, but Dre was able to push me out of the way before I was hurt.
I'll hold him off. Keep going.
I took my chance to run ahead while Dre held off the enraged Skibidi foe. I moved in closer towards the prison to find that guards were standing all around the entrance. I wasn't able to walk in easily. There has to be another way in. I looked around and suddenly a back door was highlighted for me. As a computer man, I had the ability to search for nearby objects. Bingo! I began to sneak towards the alternate route when out of nowhere a guard came around the corner and spotted me.
You're coming with me.
On days 8 through 10, the Skibidi guard was about to notify the whole Skibidi army. In a panic, I shot out another green sonic wave, hitting the toilet head on.
What's happening to me?
The Skibidi guard jumped around frantically until he stood perfectly still in place. I managed to hack into his body, and I can now control him to do whatever I wanted. Whoa! Now I have an even better idea! I used the hacked Skibidi guard to walk up to the other toilets blocking the entrance. There's something weird going on. I need you guys to come with me.
Whatever you say, sir.
I lured the toilets far away from the entrance, finally giving me a clear path into the prison. Hang in there, Titan Drillman. I'm coming! I ran into the facility, ready to take on whatever lied ahead. On days 11 through 14, I arrived inside of the prison to find the Titan Drillman trapped in a cage made of bedrock.
This can't hold me forever.
The Titan used his massive drill to try and dig his way to freedom, but no matter how hard he tried, the bedrock wouldn't budge. Don't worry, I'll save you! I powered on my computer screen and hacked my way into the Skibidi's security system. I was able to open the door, freeing the Titan Drillman from his cage.
Not bad. Thanks for the help.
Don't get too excited.
Just then, a glitched scientist Skibidi toilet entered the room and zapped the Titan Drillman with a hacking attack.
It's time that I made you into my pawn.
The Titan Drillman turned his attention towards me, and I could tell right away he wasn't acting himself. Something was wrong.
Destroy the computer man.
Without warning, the Titan struck at me with his massive drills. On days 15 through 17, I was under attack by the hacked Titan Drillman. The Titan used his drill attack at me, and I did my best to evade it. When I had an opening, I fought back with my firewall attack, but his armor was able to withstand it, and he walked right through it. Snap out of it! I'm on your side!
Destroy.
He slammed into me with his face drill, dealing a ton of damage. My pleas weren't working. Time for plan B. I locked onto the Drillman and used my computer hacking powers to free him, but even that didn't work.
That little trick won't work. Not while I have control of him.
Then I'll just have to get you instead. I lured the Titan Drillman back into the cage, and using my computer man powers, I reactivated the door to keep him at bay. I then turned my focus towards the scientist to stop his mind control on the Titan. The glitched scientist Skibidi ran away, and I chased after him. On days 18 through 21, I was chasing after the glitched scientist Skibidi. He was quick, but I had a trick up my sleeve. Stop right there! I unleashed my firewall attack, stopping him in his tracks.
Fine. If it's a fight you want, then it's a fight you'll get.
The glitched scientist Skibidi locked onto me with his glitch laser attack, but I was able to dodge it and hit him back with a hack projectile of my own. Give up! You're not gonna win!
Oh yeah? Come, Titan Drillman!
I turned to find the Titan Drillman charging towards me. He had been released from his prison. Without much time left, I took my chance to trip up the glitched scientist Skibidi with another firewall. While he was trapped, I went in and landed the finishing blow just in the nick of time. Are you okay?
I think so. Thanks for snipping me out of that.
Just then, the two of us heard the sound of someone screaming. Ah! Oh no! It's Dre! We have to help him! With the Titan by my side, we followed the source of the screams to find out what was going on. On days 22 to 25, the Titan Drillman and I arrived at the source of the screaming, only to find Dre being captured by the glitched Sawblade Skibidi. Dre looked seriously hurt.
I couldn't defeat him. Help!
Don't worry, we got this! I used my green sonic wave to blast the glitched Skibidi and get his attention away from Dre.
Looks like someone's eager to die first. No worries. I'll make it long and painful.
The Titan Drillman used the distraction to land a critical hit on the glitched Skibidi, quickly killing him.
You saved our Titan. The Drillmen are in your debt, Computer Man.
Then let's start a new alliance. Together, we can find the lost computer parts and defeat the hacker Skibidi.
That's a great idea. We're in.
Before we do it, a swarm of magnet Skibidi toilets poured into the area.
There's the intruder! Get him!
While the drillmen fought to stop their advance, I tried to hack into their computer system. But something was wrong. Oh no, their magnets are jamming my hacking powers. I can't use them at all on these guys. We were getting overwhelmed when we suddenly heard a voice over all of the fighting.
Over here! I can help you!
I turned to see a clockman in a top hat calling out for me.
There's no time, my boy! Hurry!
I wasted no time as we ran over to make our escape. On days 26 through 28, we ducked into a hiding place with the Chief Clockman. What's going on?
The Magnet Skibidis have abducted our Titan, and without our time powers, we can't save him. We need the help of a computer man.
But what am I supposed to do? I can't hack them.
But you can still hack their machines.
You're right. Good thinking.
Here, come with me, chap.
I followed the Chief Clockman while the drillmen stayed behind to keep watch. I was soon led to a construction site where magnet Skibidi toilets were sending clockmen down a conveyor belt towards a fiery incinerator.
Hurry! You must use your computer powers to stop that conveyor belt before it's too late!
On it! I focused and used my hacking powers towards the machinery, causing it to grind to a halt.
What the heck? Who's messing with our machines?
That would be me! Without a moment of hesitation, I jumped in and started to fight off the magnet Skibidis with my bare fists. Unfortunately for me, more Skibidi forces joined the fight and began to overwhelm me. Just as things were looking grim, the clockman I had saved ran to my aid and joined in the battle, giving us the advantage.
Call in the leader!
Suddenly, the giant magnet Skibidi toilet arrived, ready to take me on.
Enough messing around. Face my wrath.
You're going down! On days 29 through 32, I was being attacked by the leader of the magnet Skibidis, the giant magnet Skibidi toilet. The gargantuan foe unleashed a massive magnetic attack onto me, dealing tons of damage. I tried to hack him, but his magnets were messing with my hard drives and preventing me from doing so. Oh no! What am I gonna do now?
You'll never get into my head, you pathetic computer!
The giant magnet Skibidi tried to attack me with a powerful magnet projectile, but I narrowly managed to evade it by the skin of my teeth. I needed to find a way to get closer to the Skibidi, so I quickly located my way up. There's my advantage! I jumped as high as I could and climbed up the crane above me. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed an up-close attack against the enemy. The attack caused the giant magnet Skibidi to take tons of damage and fall to the ground.
Why, you little...
With that, the Skibidi toilet was seemingly dead. Yay! I did it! Or so I thought. Suddenly, his body started to twitch. What the? The Skibidi rose up from the ground and transformed into a giant glitched magnet Skibidi. Uh-oh.
That pathetic little trick won't stop me. Now, die!
With even more strength than before, the giant glitched magnet Skibidi hit me with a powerful new glitch breath attack, sending me flying off the crane. I landed back on the conveyor belt that had been powered back on. I wasn't able to stop it and was sent into the incinerator, towards the darkness below. On days 33 through 35, I landed inside of the incinerator. But I wasn't alone. The Titan Clockman was here in the incinerator with me. I looked around, but all I could see was molten lava. What's going on here? What is this?
The magnet Skibidi toilet is going to melt us down in this incinerator. This is the end.
It doesn't have to be. There has to be a way to shut that thing off.
We can't shut it down remotely. Someone would need to reach the main core and hack into it.
That sounds like a job for a computer man. I'm on it. I quickly began platforming over the lava pit, using the unmelted blocks as stepping stones. But one misstep would fry me, so I couldn't afford to make a mistake. With one final jump, I reached the core. All right, Max, focus. Using the full extent of my hacking powers, I was able to successfully destroy the core. With the core destroyed, the incinerator was shutting down. All of the lava began to cool down until it turned into obsidian.
Excellent work, but we're short on time. Let's get out of here.
I fled back to the junkyard with the Titan Clockman. But there, the glitched magnet Skibidi was waiting for us.
Looks like you escaped my meticulously prepared trap. No matter, you won't escape this!
The giant magnet Skibidi shot a hacking attack at the Titan Clockman, hitting him directly.
Ah!
Titan Clockman!
Max, I can't control my body.
Just like before, the giant magnet Skibidi was able to take control of my ally.
Kill him, my thrall!
The Titan Clockman began his approach, and I braced myself for battle. On days 36 through 39, I was locked in fierce combat with the hacked Titan Clockman. Using his time powers, he landed a massive hit onto me, quickly slicing through all of my hearts. It was clear that I didn't stand a chance.
Max, my boy!
Huh? I looked where he told me, and I saw one of the lost computer parts sitting in the nearby junkyard. I have to go for it! I made a run for the part as the Titan Clockman shot more attacks at me. Knowing even one more hit from the Clockman would surely mean my doom, I did my best to avoid his time blasts. Barely dodging his attacks, I managed to grab the part just in time. Picking it up made me transform into a Titan Computer Man. I also gained 5 more hearts and an entire new arsenal of powers at my disposal. Whoa, time to try out this new body. Using my new ability to fly, I was able to zoom over to my real enemy and disable the glitched magnet Skibidi's magnetic powers. Without his magnets, he was unable to fly and fell to the ground.
No! This can't be!
Take this! I unleashed my new hand cannon power directly onto the giant Skibidi, killing him and freeing the Titan Clockman from his influence. I did it! But my celebration was short-lived. Suddenly, the sky went dark, and the hacker Skibidi flew over the battlefield. Even with my new strength and powers, he was still too powerful for me. There's no way I can beat him.
Hold on, I got this.
The Titan Clockman used a huge amount of his power to freeze time.
I can't hold this for long. We've got to go, now!
The two of us flew away while we still had the chance. Between days 40 and 43, the Titan Clockman and I found a hiding place where we could reunite with the Chief Clockman. Thanks for the help back there, old-timer. You know, it would be great if the famous Clockmen could join my new alliance.
We would love to. Take this, a gift as a token of appreciation.
The Chief handed me a stopwatch.
This will give you the power to freeze time, but only once. Use it wisely.
Out of nowhere, I began to hear some kind of radio static in my head. Ugh, what is that?
Computer Man, come in. Go south. I need your help.
Someone is talking to me? In my head? I better see what this is about. I left the hiding spot of the Clockman and used my new jetpack to fly south like the message said. There, I spotted a little radio man under attack by a 3-headed Skibidi. Get away from him! I quickly dove in from the skies and used my new power surge power to take on the Skibidi. It turned his attention away from the radio man and fought me ferociously. What would have been a difficult fight 40 days ago was easy, as I was able to finish it off with a hand cannon blast. All thanks to my new Titan form.
Good, you got my message. I have a job I need done, one that only a computer man can do.
What is it?
I need someone like you to power on the 3 radio towers so that we could summon the Titan Radio Man. I'm sure he could help you find one of your lost computer parts.
So I help you and we get another Titan on our side? I'm in! On days 44 through 46, I was flying through the sky in search of the first radio tower. But before I could reach it, I was suddenly intercepted by the jetpack Skibidi Toilet, who flew into my path.
You've caused enough trouble for the Skibidi army. You die here.
No chance! Before I could even react, the foe attacked me with his deadly laser beam and I was unable to dodge it. The blast damaged my jetpack and caused it to stop working. Uh-oh. I crashed on the ground, leaving me with only half a heart. Oh no, that was a lot of fall damage. The jetpack Skibidi began his approach and I made a run for it, when all of a sudden the radio man's voice rang in my ears.
Take cover behind the mountains, hurry!
Running out of time and options, I followed their instructions and hid where they told me to, narrowly escaping the jetpack Skibidi for the time being.
Run while you can, but I will find you.
In my hiding spot, I was able to heal up by eating some nearby food, but that didn't solve the problem of of my broken jetpack. How am I gonna find the radio tower now?
You're going to have to take an alternate route.
But how?
I'm afraid the only path left is through the ocean.
That might be a problem. I don't think my circuits are waterproof.
I'm sorry, Max, but there's no other way. Good luck.
With that, I continued on my way in search of the radio tower. On days 47 through 50, I was swimming through the ocean, but I realized my health was dropping slowly. Ow! Water must be poison to computer men. I have to hurry. But before I could swim very far, a bunch of lizard skibbity toilets emerged from the water. They all started to bite me with their razor-sharp teeth like a school of angry piranhas. I tried to fight back with my hand cannon power, but it wasn't strong enough. Between the lizard skibbity's vicious bites and the poison effect of the water draining my hearts, my health was dropping fast. If I didn't come up with something quick, I would surely succumb to my injuries. There's gotta be something these guys are weak to. Wait, I've got just the thing! With my brand new Power Surge power, I retaliated against the skibbities with an electrifying attack that fried the lizards right where they swam. I just have to think smarter, not harder. Although the enemies had been neutralized, my health was still being chipped away by the water. With not a moment to waste, I continued swimming. Finally, I arrived at an island that was home to the first radio tower. Aha! There it is! Using my electric powers once more, I jolted the tower, causing it to activate. One down, only 2 more to go. But my celebration was cut short by the jetpack skibbity flying overhead.
I warned you. You can run, but you cannot hide.
Not you again!
That's right. Get him, my pet!
Suddenly, a giant lizard skibbity toilet emerged from the ocean and started to approach me. Ah! What is that thing? I ran in horror, but with nowhere to hide on the island, I had no choice but to risk it in the ocean once more. On days 51 through 54, I was being chased through the water as the giant lizard skibbity followed me in hot pursuit. I was scarfing down food as fast as I could to heal from the poison damage as well as the lizard skibbity's lasers, but I was taking damage quicker than I could heal. I'm not sure how much longer I can keep this up. Take this! I zapped the water with my electric powers, hoping to fry the lizard skibbity, but it was completely ineffective. The lizard skibbity hit me hard on the head, causing everything to go dark. I eventually came to on the shore of a beach. My health was dangerously low, and I was completely out of food. Suddenly, the ground trembled as the giant lizard skibbity stomped around, looking for me to finish the job. Oh no, where'd he go? If I couldn't see him normally, I'd have to use my computer man ability to scan the location for the giant lizard skibbity. Bingo. Now that I knew where the lizard was, I was able to carefully stealth around him. I managed to slip by completely undetected. Ooh, more apples! I snacked on the apples until suddenly the radio man spoke within my head once again.
Are you okay? You're almost to the second tower. Hurry!
On days 55 to 57, I arrived at the second tower only to find that it was covered top to bottom in spider webs. I don't like the look of that. I better make this quick. Just like the first tower, I used my electric ability to jolt the radio tower back on.
Intruder! Intruder!
Suddenly, a swarm of spider skibbities came crawling out from hiding and surrounded me on all sides. I tried to attack them with my Power Surge ability, but the ground was too fragile and the electricity caused it to collapse beneath my feet. I fell down into the darkness and landed inside of a giant underground spider nest. There were dozens of skibbity spiders all around me. I zapped away the attacking spiders, but there was still more to deal with. I tried to fly up, but nothing was working. Oh no, my jetpack is still broken. How am I gonna get out? The spiders came running towards me, but I used my firewall to scare them away, giving me time to formulate a new plan. I unleashed the full extent of my powers and shot at the wall next to me, creating a new path to escape. That'll have to do. I fled up the stairs while the spiders were still stuck behind my firewall and made my way back to the surface. Ha! It worked! I'm in the clear now! But when I turned around, the jetpack Skibidi was there waiting for me. That's it! I've just had about enough of you. Take this! I used my hacking powers on him, but before I could do much damage, he suddenly started to glitch out. Oh no, not again! Just like the other Skibidis I fought before, he transformed into a glitched jetpack Skibidi.
Try to hack me now.
On days 58 through 61, I was bracing myself for an incoming attack from the glitched jetpack Skibidi when out of nowhere, the radio man I had been communicating with arrived.
Leave my friend alone!
Turning up his volume all the way, the radio man started to play booming music from his radio head, stunning the glitched jetpack Skibidi. Nice beats! Thank you!
Of course! Now come with me. I know where the last tower is.
Lead the way. And so, with my ally leading the way, the two of us ran off until we arrived at the third and final tower. Just as I was charging up my electric attack to power it on, I was interrupted by the glitched jetpack Skibidi who caught up with us at that very moment.
You're not getting away with this.
With the precise blast, the foe shot his laser towards Radio Man. No! Using the stopwatch I had gotten from the Chief Clockman, I was able to freeze time just before the laser made contact with my ally. I better act fast. While I had the chance, I moved my friend out of the way of the blast, and luckily my jetpack was also restored, giving me the chance to power on the radio tower with my electricity. Time resumed, and the laser missed the radio man as the tower turned on.
Impossible. How?
Suddenly, the Titan radio man appeared before me. It worked! Now, help me take down that toilet.
I'm on it.
With that, the two of us charged towards the enemy. The Titan Radio Man and I were fighting the glitched jetpack Skibidi on days 62 through 64. He tried to fire his laser at me, but I dodged the attack and retaliated with my hacking projectile. The Titan Radio Man then used his sonic boom attacks to deal major damage. With one final hit, I was able to overwhelm and defeat the glitched jetpack Skibidi. We did it! Everyone is okay!
I wouldn't say that just yet, little computer man.
Suddenly, the sky grew dark and the hacker Skibidi toilet appeared.
Thanks for the Titan. Time for him to do my bidding.
The hacker Skibidi zapped the Titan with his hacker powers and took control of him. Oh no! The Titan Radio Man turned towards me, ready to fight.
Destroy!
The Titan Radio Man began his approach towards me. I tried my hacking powers, but he wouldn't snap out of it.
This way, quick! I have an idea!
I ran to follow my Radio Man friend away from the battlefield. On days 65 through 67, I managed to escape the Titan Radio Man for the time being. This is very bad. How are we supposed to free him from the hacker's influence?
I think I know something that can help.
And so, I followed the Radio Man as he led me to another area where the next lost computer part was being held.
When you summoned the Titan, I remembered where the next lost part was. This is sure to help us.
That's just what we needed to get the edge against the Titan Radio Man. Thank you! I tried to move towards it, but when I took a step forward, the floor opened up beneath me to reveal an obstacle course. I could just fly over this. When I tried, I was suddenly zapped by an invisible force. Ouch! Looks like I'll have to prove myself if I want that part.
You got this, Max.
Alright, obstacle course, you're on! So, I jumped from platform to platform. However, I quickly realized that they were collapsing behind me as I stepped onto them. I need to pick up the pace. Moving as fast as I could, I barely managed to make it across as the last platform crumbled beneath me. With that, I claimed the next computer part. Touching it caused me to gain 5 more hearts and increase my dedicated RAM, improving all my powers.
Woohoo! Way to go, Max! I knew you could do it.
But before we could celebrate for long, the Titan Radio Man suddenly dropped down nearby. He had found us.
You're going down, computer man.
It's time to test this out! And so, with my strength increased, I took to the skies and clashed with the Titan Radio Man. On days 68 through 72, I was locked in combat against the Titan Radio Man. The Titan attempted to use his radio soundwave powers on me, but thanks to my repaired jetpack, I was able to dodge it with these. Take this! Using my new firewall powers, I hit the Titan with increased heat, sending him stumbling backwards. Now's my chance! While he was vulnerable, I unleashed my new hacking code. With that, the Titan Radio Man was freed from the hacker Skibidy's virus, and he returned back to normal. Yay! It worked!
Ow, my head. Thanks for saving me, Max.
Anytime. Do you think the Radio Man would help out my new alliance?
We would be honored to.
Thanks. We need all the help we can get if we're gonna take down the hacker Skibidi. Suddenly, the Radio Man head started making noises. What is it? Are we under attack again?
I'm getting a distress signal south of here. You need to hurry.
I'm on it. So I took to the skies to follow the signal. On days 73 to 75, I was flying through the air until I arrived at the source of the distress signal, only to find that no one was there. That's suspicious. Someone could be in trouble. I carefully landed on the ground to get a closer look, but suddenly a cage appeared around me. Ugh, it was a trap. Just then, a glitched Skibidi toilet walked out in front of me.
You fell for it! You really fell for it! Time to make you pay for what you've done to the Skibidi army!
The toilet hit me with an attack, then infected me with another computer virus. As a result, my hearts began dropping from poison. Oh no! I have to get out of here! I tried hacking my way out of the cage, but it was completely ineffective. Nothing is working!
Of course not! And don't worry, that virus will take its time killing you.
Out of nowhere, a blast of electricity zapped the Skibidi toilet to death. Then, I saw the source of the blast, a phone man that was here to help.
Hold still!
Using his phone powers, my savior opened the cage and freed me, but my hearts were still dropping from the poison.
Here, eat some of this! It should neutralize the poison!
The phone man handed over vegetarian fruit jelly. I quickly ate it and cured my poison. Unfortunately, the computer viruses were still in my inventory. Thanks for that, but what do we do now?
First things first, we need to get rid of that virus before the hacker Skibidi can find you. And I think I know just the thing to fix it. Come with me!
I guess I don't have any better ideas. The phone man started walking off, and I followed behind him. On days 76 through 79, Phone Man and I arrived at a warehouse. There, I saw an antivirus chip.
This is what you need to remove the virus!
Then let's get it! We walked towards the antivirus chip, but as we got closer, we were ambushed by a group of Skibidi toilets.
Did you forget? We can track you! Get there, men!
The Skibidis closed in on us. We attempted to fight back, but there were too many of them. Their numbers seemed endless. There's no way we can take on this many at once.
Calling for backup!
The phone man started using his phone powers to call out to his friends. Suddenly, more phone men arrived and started to help us fight off the wave of Skibidis.
Go for the chip! Hurry!
I'm on it! While the toilets were distracted by the phone man, I made a run for the antivirus chip and hacked through its laser shields. Picking it up caused the computer virus to vanish from my inventory. Suddenly, the sky grew dark, and the hacker Skibidi toilet appeared above us. Oh no! I'm too late!
Still causing trouble, I see. I think it's high time that you were punished.
The hacker Skibidi used his hacking powers on my phone man allies, causing them to stop fighting and turn their attention towards me. No! What have you done to them?
I hacked into their minds, and now they are loyal to me. Now my minions destroy that computer man!
With that, the hacker Skibidi vanished, and my own army started to swarm me. On days 80 through 83, I was being chased by my army of phone men after they were hacked. Guys, please, stop this! We're friends, remember?
Destroy that computer man!
The phone men unleashed their electric phone powers and did massive damage to me. I didn't want to hurt them, but if I didn't act quick, I'd be toast. Thinking quickly, I used my firewall ability and was able to round up the phone men by surrounding them in flames. Don't worry guys, I'll have you back to normal in no time. I tried to hack into their minds, but with no success. This hack is stronger than before. I need a new code to get rid of it. Then I heard static in my head. The radio man was trying to talk to me. Go for Maxcraft?
Max, we found a new lead on a disc. I think it could be helpful.
Copy that. Send it over. With that, I downloaded the new coordinates, causing a map to appear in my inventory. I took to the skies to follow my newest lead. On days 84 through 86, I arrived at the location marked on the map only to find nothing but a barren clearing. Are you guys sure this is the right place?
I'm certain of it. Look around. There's gotta be a disc here somewhere.
Alright, if you say so. I focused and used my searching function to try to locate anything unusual. With it, I found a patch of dirt that looked like something important was buried underneath. It's gotta be here. I started to dig into the ground to get it out, but I was interrupted when a skull Skibidi popped out from the dirt. How long have you been down there?
Unimportant. The disc is mine and mine own.
The undead foe spat out globs of acid that poisoned me and started to slowly eat away at my hearts. I knew at this rate I couldn't last long against the enemy or I would surely succumb to his toxins. I needed to defeat him quickly before my health was fully depleted, so I channeled all the power within me and unleashed my upgraded firewall attack, hitting the skull Skibidi at full force. With that, the foe was vanquished. With him out of the way, I was finally able to obtain the disc. Let's see what's on this puppy. I downloaded the contents of the disc and obtained a new hacking code. Alright, time to free the phone men. On days 87 to 89, I returned to the phone men and used my new hacking code to return them back to normal. Suddenly, I spotted one of the phone men running away. Oh no, he's still hacked. I followed after him to a clearing where he stopped to call out to someone.
I summon you, Titan Phone Man!
Suddenly, the Titan Phone Man arrived. I could tell right away he had also been hacked by the hacker Skibidi. I tried to free the Titan from the hack, but it didn't work. I wasn't strong enough. The Titan Phone Man retaliated by striking me with his telephone pole weapon, leaving me with low health. I need to find the final lost computer part if I want to save him. Suddenly, I heard someone calling out to me.
Quick, over here!
Not wanting to risk fighting the Titan Phone Man, I ran towards the smaller Phone Man. On days 90 through 92, I was taking cover with the Phone Man.
I figured out where the last computer part is. It's inside of your mind.
What? But how am I supposed to get it?
You need to enter sleep mode and find it. I'll protect you while you're in there.
Okay, let's do this. The Phone Man pressed a button on me and I felt myself entering sleep mode. When I woke up, I found myself in a dream realm. Okay, the computer part should be around here somewhere. I scanned my surroundings and spotted the final part on a pedestal. There it is! I started running towards it, but before I could reach it, I was stopped by another Titan Computer Man.
You're weak. Prove to me that you're worthy of calling yourself a Titan.
Before I could respond, he used a strong burst of energy to knock me backwards. You won't beat me that easily! I fought back with my improved firewall attack, hitting him square on. He retaliated with an electric burst attack, but I managed to dodge it at the last second. I deserve that part! I gathered up all of my strength, and with one final hand cannon shot, I knocked the Titan Computer Man down. I ran forward and claimed the final computer part. As soon as I did, I snapped back to reality to discover I now had 5 more hearts and a new power. But I couldn't celebrate for long, as the Titan Phone Man arrived out of nowhere. On days 93 to 95, I was facing off with the Titan Phone Man. He shot at me with his static phone power, but I was able to dodge it at the last second. I retaliated with my new digital darts attack. A few blasts from it weakened him enough to stop him in his tracks. Snap out of it! I hacked into his mind and was finally able to return him to normal.
My head. Did you save me?
I did. Please, join my new alliance and help me take down the hacker Skibidi once and for all.
The Phone Man will happily help you in the fight. Let's prepare for the final battle.
The Titan Phone Man used his phone powers to call for the rest of my allies. We then moved out to a new location to form our new alliance. On days 96 to 98, I stood together with the Drillmen, Clockmen, Radiomen, and Phone Men. Together, the new alliance had been formed. We're strong enough now to strike the Hacker Skibidi directly. Does anyone have any ideas?
With the help of all your lost computer parts, I think you're the Titan strong enough to take down the Hacker Skibidi himself.
That's right. We'll hold off his army while you take on their leader.
Are you sure I'm ready?
Of course you are. We all have something to give you, to thank you for everything you've done.
The Titan Phone Man gave me a heart module that granted me 10 more hearts. Wow, thank you so much. I won't let you guys down. Just then, the Glitch Skibidi toilets began to close in. It's time for the final battle. Let's win this for the old and new alliances. On day 99, my allies and I were clashing with the Hacker Skibidi Toilets army. The Hacker Skibidi had amassed an army of Glitch Skibidi toilets to try and overwhelm our forces, but I had the new alliance on my side. Thanks to the help of the other Titans, the toilets began falling one by one. Now was my chance to face the Hacker Skibidi head on. Come out and face me, Hacker Skibidi! Suddenly, the sky grew dark and the Hacker Skibidi toilet appeared overhead.
You and your little alliance have been nothing but a thorn in my side. It's time that I finally crush your resistance.
He unleashed an explosion of power, sucking most of my allies into a black hole. Leave them alone! I flew in and hit him with a heavy blow, releasing my friends from certain doom.
That's it! This just got personal!
The Hacker Skibidi zapped me with an attack, teleporting us away from the battlefield. On day 100, I reappeared in a new area, where only the Hacker Skibidi toilet and I stood.
It's time we fight face to face. Just you and me, mano a mano.
I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm gonna avenge the Titans that fell before me.
How confident you sound. I can't wait to make you eat those words.
The Hacker Skibidi fired an attack that I had never seen before. He summoned tentacles from the ground below me, and I fought them off as quickly as I could. The attack inflicted heavy damage, but thanks to my increased number of hearts, I was able to withstand it. The Hacker Skibidi tried to follow up with another strike, but I was able to dodge and retaliate with a digital dart attack of my own.
That actually hurts. I guess those computer parts really did power you up. So, show me what you're capable of.
The Hacker Skibidi unleashed a powerful black hole attack that hit me dead on, but I wouldn't let that be the end of me. I used all of my strength to fly out of it and hit him with a devastating hand cannon blast. The evil Skibidi and I continued to trade blow after blow until I finally began to wear him down. For the Alliance! I struck down the Hacker Skibidi toilet once and for all, claiming victory for the Alliance and winning the Skibidi War. Or so I thought. Time seemed to freeze to a halt as I was soon transported into my next form. On day 1, I spawned in as a Clockman in the middle of a steampunk city. All around me were my Clockman allies ready for battle.
Prepare yourself, Max. Something big is coming.
Suddenly, a terrifying giant magnet Skibidi toilet flew into the city and unleashed his magnetic toilet army onto my friends.
Soon all you clocks will turn to scrap, and the Skibidi toilets will win this war.
We tried to fight back, but things were looking bad for us. Just then, the Titan Clockman appeared in a flash of electricity.
Leave my people alone!
The Titan Clockman flew in to fight off the giant magnet Skibidi using his amazing Titan powers. He fired his gun at the enemy and pounded through his magnet armor with his clock fists. Unfortunately, the giant magnet Skibidi was able to fend him off and land a powerful counter hit onto our Titan.
Little Clockman, must find the golden gears and take my place as the Titan Clockman. Our last hope in winning this war.
I watched in horror as the Titan Clockman died from his wounds. No! I knew without the Titan Clockman, we didn't stand a chance against the toilet army, so I ran for my life.
Don't let him escape!
On day 2, I was getting chased through the city by the magnet Skibidi toilet forces. I tried my best to escape them, but the toilets came out from all parts of the city until I was completely surrounded. Out of my way! I took out my cane and began to fight my way through the toilets one by one. I was a skilled fighter, but my weapon was nothing more than a cane. I was losing the battle. I'm not gonna make it! I gotta run! I tried to get away, but was soon met with a dead end. I knew the toilets were closing in. I was doomed! Suddenly, my body let out a flash of light, causing all of the toilets to freeze in place. Did I just stop time? I took my chance to run into a hiding spot. Suddenly, time continued on like normal.
Hey, where did he go?
I watched as the toilets ran by my hiding place and lost track of me. If I can stop time, I wonder what other powers I have. I thought I was safe until out of nowhere a portal appeared in the sky. From the portal emerged the Titan cameraman from another dimension. What? He must have been corrupted by the magnet Skibidi. Without warning, the Titan cameraman attacked me. On day 3, I was being attacked by the Titan cameraman. He was 100 times bigger and stronger than me. I tried to freeze time again, but before I could, the Titan cameraman unleashed a powerful laser attack from his chest. Ah! The laser killed me on impact, but to my surprise, time rewound itself to before the Titan cameraman appeared. What the? How am I alive? I looked over and saw a clock woman calling out to me.
Over here! He's coming!
I joined her in her hiding spot as the portal appeared just like before, unleashing the Titan cameraman. I'm so confused. What's going on?
The giant magnet Skibidi toilet has started opening portals to other dimensions. He's corrupting their strongest warriors and using them as weapons.
If I want to stand a chance, I have to find the golden gears.
I'll do anything to help. Come with me.
I followed the clock woman to begin our search for the golden gears. On days 4 through 7, the clock woman and I arrived at a huge clock tower in the middle of the city.
The first golden gear is at the top of the tower.
Right, let's go get it. Suddenly, a saw blade Skibidi toilet dropped down in front of us.
You're not getting that gear, you pesky clocks.
He charged me with his saw blade spinning, but the clock woman protected me from the attack.
I'll hold them off. Get the gear.
I took my chance to run inside the clock tower and began to climb up the spiral staircase. As I ran up the stairs, I noticed a large gap in the steps. I carefully used the remaining pieces of stairs to jump over the opening and make it to the other side. Finally, I arrived at the top of the clock tower where I found the first golden gear waiting for me. There it is! Before I was able to grab it, the saw blade Skibidi appeared to stop me.
Get away from that gear!
The two of us ran for the golden gear. Luckily, I was able to grab it before he could. The magic of the golden gear surged through my body, causing me to transform into a new, more powerful shape. I was now a large clockman with 10 more hearts and new powers.
No! You pay!
The saw blade Skibidi lunged at me with his spinning blade, but I was able to dodge the attack and retaliate with my new time surge ability. I beat him down with my new large clockman fists and finished with another time surge, defeating the saw blade Skibidi for good. Whoa, if this is the power of the golden gear, I wonder what the others will do. I stepped outside and quickly noticed a portal ripping open in front of me, releasing the Titan cameraman. I noticed he was now wearing a strange new watch around his wrist.
At last, I found you.
On days 8 through 10, the Titan cameraman came after me. In a panic, I tried to freeze time, but he wasn't affected by my clockman powers. What? How is this possible?
You fool! That little trick won't work on me, as long as I have this watch.
I was about to get hit by the Titan cameraman when suddenly time rewound. The clockwoman had arrived and saved me from death.
Max, hurry!
I followed the clockwoman to a safe place where we could hide from the Titan cameraman.
We need to get the next golden gear and bring the Titan cameraman onto our side. Think I know someone who can help.
I followed the clockwoman to an unknown location while the Titan continued to search for me. We soon arrived at a mysterious hideout hidden from the rest of the city. When we walked inside, we were greeted by a strange cuckoo clock man.
Ah, so you're the one searching for the golden gears. I have just the thing to help.
The cuckoo clock man tossed over a map that led towards the next gear. However, before I was able to grab it, a tiny cameraman ran in and snatched it. Hey! Come back here! On days 11 through 14, I chased after the mini cameraman to get back my map. His small size made it hard for me to catch him. He was fast! That's it! I used my clockman powers to freeze the runaway camera in time and built a cage around him. Time continued and the thief was now trapped. There's no escaping now. Give me back my map.
Look out!
Suddenly, magnet Skibidi toilets swarmed into the area ready to capture me. I tried to freeze time, but my abilities weren't working. Their magnets are blocking my powers. I tried to fight them the old-fashioned way, but there were too many for me to defeat alone.
Let me out! I have a weapon that can help you!
I decided to trust the little cameraman and let him out of his cage. The tiny thief dropped a Clockman power for me to use. Where did you get this?
I stole it off another Clockman! Quick, use it on those toilets!
With it, I was able to blast waves of time energy at my toilet foes, bringing them down one by one. It wasn't long until I was able to defeat all of the magnet Skibidi toilets.
I'm sorry for taking the map. My name is Cam. My people are being held at the location on this map.
Well, I need to go there too. How about we team up?
You got a deal!
On days 15 through 17, Cam and I followed the map to find a lab with cameramen trapped inside cages. They were all being experimented on by the magnet scientist Skibidi Toilet. We watched as he turned innocent cameramen into terrifying toilet mutants. Just then, I noticed the second golden gear was being used to power the laboratory. If I can get the gear, I can shut this whole place down. Cam and I began to stealth through the base carefully. I knew that the scientist magnets would block my Clockman powers, so I had to be sure not to get captured. I was getting closer to the golden gear, but the magnet scientist Skibidi was blocking my way.
Don't worry, I got this!
Cam ran out of hiding and shouted at the magnet scientist Skibidi.
Hey, Toilet Brains! Come and get me!
Why, you?
Cam lured the scientist toilet away, and I took my chance to go for the second gear. Suddenly, the Titan cameraman landed in front of me.
You're not getting it that easily.
On days 18 through 21, I was confronted by the Titan cameraman. He attacked me with his massive hammer, and I tried to freeze time. Unfortunately, just like before, he was immune to my abilities.
As long as I have this watch, your time tricks won't work on me.
Then I'll just have to make this an equal fight. I took my chance to blast the nearby power station, which caused the Titan to get electrocuted, stunning him temporarily. I ran over to the golden gear and finally claimed it for myself. The gear made my body once again change, now into my biggest form yet. I became a Titan Clockman with 10 more hearts and a ton of new powers. Bring it on! I tried out my new form by punching the Titan cameraman with my powerful fists. He awoke and fought back by swinging his hammer onto me. I was pushed away from his attacks, but that gave me the opportunity to shoot projectiles from my gun to overwhelm him from far away. Take this! Finally, I unleashed my speedy clock shurikens and managed to knock off the mind-controlling Skibidi Toilet, destroying him in the process.
Where am I?
Suddenly, the magnet scientist Skibidi returned to the scene.
You'll pay for this!
Without warning, he attacked both me and the Titan cameraman. On days 22 through 25, the Titan cameraman and I were fighting the magnet scientist Skibidi Toilet. The terrifying toilet used his sharp, spider-like legs to pierce through my armor, but I managed to evade his attacks. His magnets prevented me from using my time control powers, so instead, I fought back with my bare fists. As I did, the Titan cameraman backed me up by smashing his hammer into the toilet. The battle was tough, but thanks to the help of the Titan cameraman, I knew we could get the upper hand. Any last words?
You're not getting away with this!
Suddenly, the magnet scientist Skibidi sent a shockwave that knocked both me and the Titan cameraman back. He took his chance to run away and power on a machine.
Prepare to meet your match!
Just then, a portal opened, releasing a corrupted Titan Speakerman into the area. The Titan Speakerman dropped down in front of us and blasted a powerful sound wave, leaving me with only a few hearts. He's too powerful!
Take my allies and run. I'll hold off the Speakerman.
I knew this was my only chance to escape, so I quickly freed the prisoners and we all left the area while we still had the chance. On days 26 through 28, I returned to the clock base with the cameraman I had rescued. I reported back to the clock woman and told her what happened.
Sounds like the Titan cameraman is in trouble.
What should we do?
I have an old friend that can help. Come with me.
I followed the clock woman to another part of the city to find that it was in total ruin. What happened here?
Let's find out.
The clock woman activated her powers, causing them to rewind backwards. Once she was done, the area had been restored back to normal. Suddenly, a camera woman came running towards us.
They're coming! Run for your lives!
Without warning, a giant Skull Skibbity toilet landed on the scene with his Skull Skibbity goons.
Get those clocks at all costs!
On days 29 through 32, we were under attack by the Skull Skibbity toilets. The smaller Skull toilets attacked my feet while their giant leader puked out deadly poison onto both me and the clock woman. The two of us used our powers to try and fight off the Skull toilet threat. The smaller toilets stayed low to the ground and chased me around the battlefield, while Clockwoman broke through their ranks and took out as many as she could with her flying kicks and deadly weapons. Even with our clock abilities, the Skull toilets wouldn't give in. No matter how many we took down, they would come back to life and attack us again.
I can't keep this up much longer!
I'll take care of it. Time freeze! Before we could get bested, I used my clock powers to freeze time, causing all of the toilets to stop in their tracks. Me and Clockwoman took our chance to escape as time switched back to normal. We met up with the camera woman to find out more about what had happened. What's going on?
I was trying to find where they were keeping the speakermen, but when I got close to their base, the Skull Skibbity toilets attacked me.
Let me take care of it. I have my time powers to help me.
Very well. Good luck.
The camera woman gave me a map to the facility, and I took off into the sky alone. On days 33 through 35, I used my jetpack to fly through the sky towards the location on the map. I was making good progress until out of nowhere the Titan Speakerman appeared and sent sonic blasts flying towards me. I was barely able to dodge it.
Surrender to the Skibbity army!
Never! The Titan Speakerman charged at me, and I quickly used my clock powers to try and freeze him in time. However, he was still able to move. What? How can you move?
I have a watch. Your little trick won't work on me.
With the watch's power, he was able to resist my ability to stop time. He then hit me head on with a sonic boom attack. I tried to get some distance, but he kept chasing me. The sound waves damaged my jetpack and caused me to fall from the sky. I landed in the center of a crater, surrounded by boiling hot lava. My jetpack is ruined! I can't fly until I fix it! I noticed that the Titan Speakerman was flying in my direction to finish me off. I had no choice but to platform over the dangerous lava in hopes of surviving. I jumped from rock to rock as the Titan Speakerman flew closer. Thankfully, I was able to get to the other side, but before I could run, a little Speakerman stopped me.
Quick, come with me!
There wasn't time to think, so I followed behind the Speakerman to see where he would take me. On days 36 through 39, I took cover with the little Speakerman as the Titan closed in on us. We're not gonna make it!
Don't give up! I'll protect you!
The Speakerman suddenly blasted a mysterious melody from his speakers. It caused the Titan Speakerman to stop in his tracks and scream. The Titan flew away, leaving me and the little Speakerman alone for now. Thanks for the help. Who are you?
My name is Ska. I need the help of a clockman to save my speaker allies.
Lead the way. Ska took me to another area where we found a path overrun with speaker spiders. They were running around wildly, and anything who tried to pass would be trampled. Here goes nothing. I used my clock powers to freeze time and help the little Speakerman navigate through the frozen swarm of speaker spiders with ease. When I made it to the other side, time resumed like normal.
Oh my gosh! You did it! Please, save my friends!
Leave it to me. I continued following my map towards my destination. On days 40 through 43, I arrived at the location on my map to find nothing but an area full of lava pits. Where is everyone? I walked up to a nearby mountainside and accidentally stepped onto a hidden pressure plate. Uh-oh. The trap beneath my feet exploded, killing me instantly. Just then, time rewound itself and I was standing back at the moment before I set off the trap. The clock woman stepped out in front of me.
I figured you might need some help. Looks like I came came just in time.
This place is full of traps.
Well, good thing I can undo mistakes. Let's use trial and error.
Together, we walked through the field of traps, rewinding each mistake I made along the way. There were a lot of close calls, but with the Clockwoman next to me, we were getting closer towards the end. Suddenly, the magnet Skibidi Toilet flew in from above, causing the Clockwoman's powers to jam.
I've got you now!
Max, look out!
I didn't react fast enough and accidentally set off another trap. The floor opened beneath my feet and I fell into the darkness. On days 44 through 46, I woke up in a prison holding all of the speakermen as well as the Titan cameramen.
Max, you're okay.
Sort of. I've been captured. I tried to use my clock gun to break out of the cage, but my powers weren't working.
That won't work. This area is protected by that magnet device over there.
I took a closer look at the magnet device and realized it was being powered by one of the golden gears. Then I need to get that gear and turn off the magnets. I searched my inventory for something that could help me out of this when I found my old cane. Suddenly, I had an idea. I aimed my cane at the gears and threw it with precision. I managed to jam the gears and freed myself from my cage. I ran towards the magnet to get the next golden gear when the Titan Speakerman came out to stop me.
Not so fast, Titan.
On days 47 through 50, I was confronted by the Titan Speakerman. I tried to make a run for the golden gear, but the Titan blasted me back with a powerful hand cannon blast, leaving me with low health.
Your journey ends now.
Just as the Titan Speakerman was about to kill me, the Titan Cameraman's cage unlocked as well, distracting my enemy.
Now's your chance.
I took the opportunity to grab the golden gear and managed to get my hands on it. I gained 10 more hearts, a time punch ability, and my jetpacks were restored. With the golden gear in my hands, the magnet exploded and I could use my clock powers again. Time for some fun. I went after the Titan Speakerman, now stronger than I was before. The Titan Cameraman and I went after our mind-controlled friend, using our combined abilities in an attempt to take down the Titan Speakerman. I used my newly regained clock powers, while the Titan Cameraman shot laser after laser towards the Titan Speakerman. In return, our enemy hit us with hand cannon blasts of his own and barrages of sonic energy. His powers were strong, but with the Titan Cameraman helping me out, I knew we could take him down. With one final blow, I knocked off the mind-controlling toilet and killed it for good.
What happened?
Before I could explain to the Titan Speakerman, the magnet scientist Skibidi Toilet arrived to stop me.
You pests! You're all going to pay!
On days 51 through 54, the magnet scientist Skibidi was attacking us. Due to his magnet body, I wasn't able to use my clock powers. Luckily, the Titan Speakerman was now on my side. My allies and I charged forwards, ready to take down the magnet scientist Skibidi once and for all. I took to the skies, attacking my enemy with the full strength of my clock powers. In the meantime, the Titan Speakerman hit him with his sonic booms and lasers. The magnet scientist Skibidi retaliated by blasting us with bolts of lightning and shooting a powerful sonic boom of his own. The Titan Speakerman managed to land a strong attack that stunned the magnet scientist Skibidi.
Now's your chance.
I ran in and landed the killing blow, striking down the magnet scientist Skibidi Toilet once and for all. Upon his death, he dropped a mysterious letter. I've begun my attack on the TV station. Soon, the Cinema Man will belong to the Skibidi Toilets.
Oh no, this is bad. They're going after the final members of the Alliance.
Then I'll have to stop them before it's too late. I took to the skies to stop the incoming threat, while the Titan Speakerman stayed behind to free our allies. On days 55 through 57, I arrived at the TV station to find the giant magnet Skibidi Toilet working on a strange machine. He was terrifying, but I couldn't stand by and let him get away with his evil plans. I stepped out and confronted him. Stop right there!
Well, if it isn't the Titan Clock Man that's been stirring up trouble. Looks like I'm going to have to dispose of you, just like I did with the one before you.
The giant magnet Skibidi Toilet attacked me. Charging directly at me, the magnet Skibidi Toilet gave me no time to prepare myself. I used my ringing clock bell to create a loud sonic boom that pierced through the air, but the magnet Skibidi brushed it off like it was nothing. I tried using my new Titan Punch ability to shock him, but he retaliated with electric attacks of his own.
What's wrong? Is that the best you've got?
Ugh, I don't have time for this! Despite my upgrades, I still wasn't strong enough to defeat him. The giant magnet Skibidi knocked me down to low health.
This has been fun, but now it's time for the main event.
Suddenly, he turned on his machine, causing a portal above it, summoning a corrupted Cinema Man from another dimension. I don't stand a chance like this! I need to get help! I took to the skies as the Cinema Man began to destroy everything around him.
Nothing will stop the Skibidi army now!
On days 58 through 61, I returned to the clock base to tell everyone what had happened. I saved the Titan Cameraman and Speakerman along with the Speakerman army, but now we have a new problem.
What is it now?
The Cinema Man has been brought here from another dimension and is corrupted by the giant magnet Skibidi.
That is a problem. If you can find my two friends, the TV woman and the speaker woman, we can build a machine that can summon the next golden gear.
That'll give me the edge I need to free the Cinema Man. I'll do it! The camera woman handed me a map and I set off in search of her lost friends. I arrived at the location on the map to find that everything was consumed in flames. The Cinema Man was here. I searched around the area to look for clues of my allies' whereabouts. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a woman screaming. When I turned towards it, I saw a speaker woman running away from a horde of incoming Skibidi toilets. Hang on! I flew into the fray to save her from the Skibidi threat. On days 62 through 64, I caught up with the speaker woman and began to help her fight off the Skibidi toilets. Thanks to my variety of Clock Titan powers, I was able to make quick work of them and wiped out all of the Skibidi threats.
Watch out! Something bigger is coming!
Suddenly, a giant Skibidi Tankzilla dropped down in front of us. He was 100 times bigger and more powerful than all of the other toilets combined.
You won't escape me, Speaker Woman! Not like that Titan of yours!
Leave her alone! I tried to use my clock powers to freeze the Tankzilla in place, but my powers weren't working. What's going on? The Mecha Skibidi then revealed a giant magnet, making my powers useless.
We know the Clockman's one weakness. Magnets! Try to fight me now.
Without my powers, I was open to most of his attacks. He went at me with his explosive powers, dealing loads of damage.
Get away from him!
Before he could kill me, the speaker woman blasted him with her sonic boom attack, and the two of us made a run for it. On days 65 through 67, the speaker woman took me to a safe spot while the Tankzilla toilet continued to hunt us down.
I don't think your clock powers will help here.
I just need to take down that magnet. Do you think you can distract him?
You got it.
The speaker woman ran out into the open and blasted a sonic boom at the Tankzilla to get his attention.
Hey, over here, lizard brain!
He chased after her, and I knew this was my chance to go for the magnet. I ran in and destroyed it with my fists, allowing me to regain control of my clock powers. I better hurry! The speaker woman is in danger! I flew in after the Tankzilla, and just before he could hurt the speaker woman, I hit him with a surprise attack. He fell to the ground and died.
Thanks for the help. I'll meet you back at the base later.
The speaker woman left to reunite with the Alliance. Just before I was about to exit the area, the TV woman's head flew towards me in a frenzy.
Please, I need your help.
Lead the way! On days 68 through 72, I followed the TV woman to find her body running around a field harassing TV men.
A Skibidi toilet has taken over my body. I need your help to get it back.
Leave it to me! I tried to knock the toilet off of her body, but to my surprise, it fought back with fire attacks. Hold still! I tried to blast it down with my gun, but I narrowly missed the runaway body.
Be careful! I still need it to work!
At this rate, I wasn't gonna be able to catch it, so I had to think of something else. I used my clock powers to stop time, and got in close enough to knock the toilet off of her body. While it was vulnerable, I took my chance to kill it. Time resumed, and the TV woman reunited with her body.
Thanks for the help.
No problem, but I do need your help now to find the next golden gear. The TV woman agreed, and the two of us left to reunite with our allies back at the base. On days 73 through 75, I returned back to the clock base and reunited the camera woman, TV woman, and speaker woman. Looks like the gang's all here. I hope Clock Woman is okay.
Clock Woman is very powerful. She'll make it. Hurry, let's get to work.
The three girls began to build some sort of structure together. After some time, they managed to complete a massive radio tower.
Okay, here goes nothing.
The camera woman powered on the tower, causing particles of light to shoot into the sky. Suddenly, the next golden gear was teleported to the top of the tower. It worked! Just then, the ground trembled as the Cinema Man arrived. He used his powers to set the entire base on fire.
I found you. No more hiding from me.
Without hesitation, he charged at me. On days 76 through 79, my allies left to put out the fires while I stayed to help defend the base from the giant cameraman threat. I went at him with everything I had, but without the golden gear, he was too powerful. I need the golden gear if I want to stand a chance. I tried to make a break for it, but the Cinema Man stopped me by using his ear-screeching TV screen power. I dropped to the floor with my threat looming over me.
You're not getting that gear.
Suddenly, the Clock Woman dropped onto the battlefield and snatched the golden gear from the tower and called out to me. She tossed over the golden gear, allowing me to upgrade once again. I gained 10 more hearts as well as new powers. Wow! Thanks, Clock Woman! You came just in time!
No time to chat, we still have him to worry about!
You'll pay for that!
In a fit of rage, the Cinema Man shined his red screen onto the Clock Woman, burning her to a crisp. No! Suddenly, I felt a new power surge through my body. I let out a burst of energy and time flew backwards. Soon enough, the Clock Woman was brought back to life. I can rewind time like the Clock Woman now. I wasn't about to let the Cinema Man hurt more of my friends. I ran back into battle, now more prepared than ever to stop him. On days 80 through 83, I clashed with the Cinema Man using my new upgraded clock strength. Even though he towered over me in size, I punched him into nearby buildings, sending rubble flying throughout the area. Snap out of it, Cinema Man! This isn't you! The battle was tough, but with one final blow, I was able to knock off the mind-controlling toilet and kill it. The Cinema Man was freed from the Skibidi toilets. We did it! The Alliance is reunited!
Or so you think!
To our horror, the giant magnet Skibidi flew in from above.
Behold, my most powerful Titan yet! The Titan has been lost to time!
The giant magnet Skibidi opened another portal, causing a corrupted Titan Phone Man to enter the arena. I had never seen a Titan so big and powerful.
Deal with them, Phone Man!
The giant magnet Skibidi flew away as the Phone Man charged in and immediately slammed his telephone pole weapon onto the Cinema Man, sending him flying into the water.
I'm too weak to continue fighting.
Oh no! Cinema Man! With my most powerful ally out for the count, it was just me against the Titan Phone Man. He charged in and I tried to defend the base from the Phone Man's attacks, but he was the strongest Titan I had faced thus far. I was no match for him. Everyone, retreat! All of my allies abandoned the base and ran to find cover. I found them nearby, hiding from the Titan Phone Man. He recruited the Lost Titan. How are we supposed to win now?
I know where the last golden gear is, but it's in a dangerous realm.
I'll do anything to stop this. The TV woman agreed, and together we teleported away into another realm. On days 84 through 86, the TV woman and I appeared together in another dimension.
This is as far as I can go. Only Clockmen can survive here for long amounts of time.
The TV woman teleported away, leaving me alone in the strange new world. I started to walk further in, when out of nowhere, an ancient entity stopped me.
What are you doing in my realm?
I'm seeking the final golden gear so I can defeat the Skibidi Toilet Army.
The golden gears hold massive power. Because of this, I cannot let just anyone have it.
How can I prove myself?
Complete my trials and you may have the golden gear. Fail and you'll be trapped here forever.
I accept your challenge.
Very well. May the trials begin.
On days 87 through 89, I arrived at my first trial with the Ancient Entity. He showed me a conveyor belt that was positioned to lead into a pit of lava.
Escape my trap, and you will be able to move on to the next challenge.
The Ancient Entity had me step onto the conveyor belt, and it began to push me towards the boiling hot lava pit. This'll be easy. I tried to power on my jetpacks, but to my horror, they weren't working. Did the Ancient Entity disable my jetpacks? I tried to fight against the conveyor belt with sheer force, but even in my Titan form, I couldn't stop myself from getting pushed closer towards the edge. At this rate, I was gonna be melted down to scrap. No! I refuse to die here! My body released a bright flash of light as I used my Clockman powers to freeze time. The conveyor belt came to a halt, and I took my chance to escape the trap. Time resumed, and I had successfully completed the first trial.
Good work. It's time for your second trial.
On days 90 through 92, I arrived at the second trial to find a field of speaker spiders roaming around the area.
Gather the ancient speaker spiders and put them in their pen.
Am I a sheep herder now?
This realm is more dangerous than you think. Be careful.
Despite the request being odd, I began to herd the speaker spiders into the pen. I was prepared to do anything for the golden gear. As I herded the strange creatures, I accidentally stepped on one, turning them violent. They began to attack me with booming sound waves. The entity didn't tell me they were hostile! My hearts began to drop fast, but I used my Clockman powers to rewind time to before they became enraged. Okay, just don't step on any of them. I herded in the last of the speaker spiders when suddenly a terrifying monster emerged behind me. It was a massive Titan speaker spider.
Those speakers are mine!
The speaker attacked me and I braced myself for battle. It unleashed a barrage of deafening sonic booms. Due to its increased size, the creature's noise was much louder than its smaller counterparts, and it hurt to listen to, cutting through my heart with each ear-piercing shriek. Despite the speaker's overwhelming volume, I knew I had to fight back. I retaliated by hitting the massive spider with my fists and my time energy power. Although the spider kept up its audible assaults, I didn't give up, hitting the foe with everything I had. Thanks to my Titan Clockman powers, I was able to overwhelm the beast and push it off the edge into its doom. I had finally completed my second trial. Just then, the Ancient Entity walked up to me.
Good work, Clockman. Now it's time for your final trial.
On days 93 through 95, I was taken to the area where I first arrived with the Ancient Entity to face my final trial.
To complete this challenge, you must face your greatest fear and overcome it.
I'm the powerful Titan Clockman. Nothing scares me.
We'll see about that. Good luck.
The Ancient Entity vanished, leaving me alone at the strange altar. Suddenly, the ground began to shake as the Titan Clockman that had died on day 1 showed himself to me. Titan Clockman? You're alive?
You were supposed to end this war, but you failed. You're an embarrassment to Clockman and to me.
What? But I've worked so hard.
You're not brave. You're not a hero. You're not a warrior. And you're our last hope. Where did we go wrong?
Stop it! You're lying! I can win this. I know I can. I'm a Titan. I've grown so much in these 100 days. I will stop this war.
Ha 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 ha! You think that you could stop it? Don't make me laugh. This war is never going to end. It's time to throw the towel and admit that it can't be done. Give up!
No! No! No!
You'll never become a worthy Titan of our people. Surrender to the toilets and maybe they'll show mercy.
No, the real Clock Titan would never say that. You're a fake. I'll win this war no matter what. I gathered my strength and punched the fake Clockman, causing him to vanish into thin air. Suddenly, the Ancient Entity appeared in front of me once again.
Good work, Clock Titan. You have passed your test. You deserve this.
At long last, the ancient entity gave me the final golden gear. I claimed it, gaining 5 more hearts and a new powerful laser ability. Before I could say another word, I was teleported back to the overworld. On days 96 through 98, I appeared back in the overworld to find myself standing before the Titan Phone Man. Looks like I was taken right to my next opponent.
There you are. It's time to end this.
We'll see about that. I charged in, ready to use the power of my new golden gear to end this. With his massive telephone pole, my foe swatted me like a fly out of the sky. I used my new laser ability to try and damage him, but he was just way too strong. The phone man took his opportunity to recharge his power by using a nearby phone line. With it, he was able to blast powerful waves of electricity in my direction. He was becoming incredibly strong, but I didn't come this far to give up now. I was ready to show the Titan Phone Man the power of the Clock Man. I have to destroy that tower. I managed to land a heavy hit on the tower, causing it to overload the phone man, knocking off the mind-controlling Skibidi toilet, killing it in the process.
What happened?
You were being mind-controlled by the magnet Skibidis. I freed you.
Oh no, my people need me. Thank you, Clockman. I'll repay you one day.
The Titan Phone Man flew away to return to his other phone allies that needed him. There's no time to waste. I have a war to win. I took to the skies to save my own Clock people from the Skibidi army's tyranny. On day 99, I arrived at the Clockman City, now surrounded by my own ally forces. The Magnet Skibidi Toilet Army was already waiting for us, but I was ready to take them on. The cameramen, speakermen, TV men, and Clockmen were now together as one army. Everyone's here! We can win this! I know it! Allies and friends, it's time to put an end to this! The Magnet Skibidi toilets came charging towards us and the two armies clashed for the final battle. My army made quick work of the toilets, using their overwhelming numbers to defend the Clockman City. I used my powers to help out my allies. I stomped and shot at the Skibidis in waves, using every power I've gained to take out as many as I could without harming my allies. We had taken out a whole wave of them, but more magnet toilets poured into the city. Their numbers were greater, but with the combined power of all of our forces, there was no way we could lose. The two of us were neck and neck until the giant magnet Skibidi toilet arrived. Face me, you coward!
We'll see who's the real coward soon enough.
I flew up to face my foe, but as soon as I got close, he zapped me with his magnetic powers, causing us both to teleport to another location. On day 100, I appeared in another area that looked to be a giant magnet, where the giant magnet Skibidi toilet stood before me.
You've been a persistent one. It looks like I'm going to have to put an end to you myself.
I won't let you. You're gonna pay for all the lives you've taken.
You're going to be reduced to scrap, just like the Titan Clockman before you.
Looking around me, I realized I was at a disadvantage with the magnet suppressing my power. But with all of the golden gears at my disposal, I had a fighting chance. The magnet Skibidi charged at me and I braced myself for the final battle. The foe barraged me with his shocking electric blasts, the same attacks that the Titan Clockman had succumbed to 100 days ago. Refusing to meet the same fate he did, I retaliated, hitting the toilet with everything I had. Using my time powers, I unleashed all of the abilities in my arsenal with the fullest extent of my powers. However, despite my best efforts, the enemy's magnetic defenses were near impenetrable. He was the toughest foe I had faced so far, and his magnets weakened my Clockman powers. Even so, I was determined to win this war. I managed to land a heavy hit with my Time Surge attack, causing his magnets to malfunction.
No, this can't be!
Your time has run out! I unleashed my full power and ended the giant magnet Skibidi toilet once and for all. The war was finally won in the name of the Alliance! But just like before, I felt a strange sensation come over me. My mind drifted off and I was sent into my next body. On day 1, I spawned in as a baby cameraman in the middle of the Skibidi toilet war. Standing beside me was my cameraman brother as toilet goons closed in on us. Suddenly, a massive black hole ripped open in the center of the battlefield and a void Skibidi toilet emerged. He used his dark power to transform the other toilets into deadly void toilet goons.
From this day onward, I'll devour the entire world in darkness. The Skibidi army will rule over all.
Black holes began to appear all over the city and sucked in my camera allies left and right. We were forced to run for our lives.
Not so fast.
Just then, the Titan cameraman flew in to help our cause. He smashed his hammer into the void Skibidi toilet, but he was no match for his dark magic. The evil toilet leader sucked him into a black hole, leaving us defenseless. No! Not the Titan! The void Skibidi turned his attention towards me and my brother and hit us with a powerful dark magic attack. My hearts were dropping rapidly by the wither effect, and I wasn't going to last much longer.
Max, please take this.
With his dying breath, my brother handed me a mysterious upgrade. When I touched it, my body changed colors into a brilliant crimson red, and I felt the power of the fire element rage through me. I was now an elemental cameraman with 5 additional hearts.
You need to harness all of the elements in order to defeat the void toilet. I love you, brother.
My brother died before my very eyes. No!
Men, get that cameraman!
The void Skibidi toilets closed in, but thanks to my brother's sacrifice, I had now awoken my first element of fire. I unleashed my flames onto the enemies in the name of my fallen sibling. I used my fire attacks to take out some of the void toilets, but soon the void Skibidi leader sent a new foe to take me on.
Skull Skibidi, rise and destroy this cameraman!
Just then, a massive Skull Skibidi emerged from the nearby chasm, and I knew, even with my fire powers, I didn't stand a chance against him. I took off running as the monstrous toilet followed me. On day 2, I was being chased through the city by the giant Skull Skibidi toilet. The horrible monster tried to spit poison from his mouth at me, but I did my best to avoid touching the toxic waste.
Get back here!
Soon enough, I was stuck between a horde of smaller void toilet goons and the giant Skull Skibidi behind me. I have to look for another way out of this! As the giant Skull Skibidi prepared to melt me with his acid attack, I spotted a ladder on the side of a building. I leapt towards it and narrowly avoided the poison. I climbed up the ladder until I was at the top of the building. However, the giant Skull Skibidi toilet climbed up after me. He can climb too? I ran as fast as I could, but I soon was at the edge of the building. A jump this high would kill me. The giant Skull Skibidi spat his toxic waste at my feet, causing the ground under me to melt away. I fell into the building where a massive vat of lava was waiting just below. On day 3, I plunged into the lava, but to my surprise, I wasn't burnt to death. My upgrade gives me fire resistance? Any other cameraman would have been melted down, but thanks to my elemental fire power, I was able to escape the lava. Unfortunately, the wall of the factory was broken down by the giant Skull Skibidi.
You're not escaping me!
He charged into me and spat out toxic at my feet. I did my best to evade him and retaliate with my own empowered fire attacks. I gave it my all, but he was too powerful for me to win with brute force. I have to think outside of the box. In a moment of desperation, I unleashed a powerful fire attack, causing the Skull Skibidi to fall backwards into the same pit of lava I fell into. Take that! I thought the Skull Skibidi would be melted down, but to my horror, he rose out of the lava as a fire Skull Skibidi toilet.
You can never escape me!
The empowered toilet charged in for round 2. In his new form, he was able to spit out fiery acid at me that dealt way more damage than before. I fought with everything I could, but I was no match for the new strength of the fire Skull Skibidi. He overwhelmed me and everything went dark. On days 4 through 7, I woke up inside of a testing facility. There, I laid on an experiment table and the scientist Skibidi toilet loomed over me. What's going on?
I'm going to crack you open and see what gives you that delicious elemental power.
No! I I struggled to escape my restraints, but it was no use. I was going to become the toilet's newest experiment. Suddenly, the TV woman arrived in the room with her army of TV men.
Leave him alone.
The TV army went after the scientist Skibidi as the TV woman freed me from my restraints. Why did you save me?
Because you're the key to winning this war. We need your help.
Things got worse as the security alarms began to blare throughout the entire facility. Void Skibidi toilets began flooding the area to try and stop us from escaping.
No time to chat. Run!
On days 8 through 10, I rushed out of the lab while the TV woman and her men kept the scientist and guards at bay. As I ran through the toilet facility, the goons jumped out at me one after the other. I blasted them out of my way with my fire powers and continued moving. It wasn't long before a massive horde stopped me in my tracks. That's it! You're all going down! I used my fire powers to smash through the horde, but despite my efforts, there were too many for me to take on alone. I was forced to keep moving if I wanted a chance to live. Finally, I arrived in a room with a very tall ceiling. I then turned to the incoming toilets who suddenly stopped in their tracks. Give up?
Haha, you wish!
The toilet flipped the switch, causing fans to power at my feet. I flew through the air and headed directly towards spikes on the ceiling. On days 11 through 14, someone pulled me into a vent on the wall. To my surprise, I was face to face with the speaker woman.
Come with me. Those toilets are already after us.
I followed my new ally through the vents until we heard the sound of scuttling feet. We turned around and realized a swarm of void spider skibidis were headed straight for us. The two of us ran through the vents as quickly as we could, but the spiders seemed to be coming from all corners. We were surrounded.
Find their secret room. You'll know it when you see it.
The speaker woman opened a trap door beneath my feet, sending me falling from the vent. I landed into another room, escaping the spider skibidis. I took a look around and found void toilets were patrolling the area. On days 15 through 17, I snuck my way closer and closer towards the secured room as guards continued to patrol the area. I knew I had to be careful to not attract attention. One look and I was done for. To my horror, I made a misstep, causing one of the guards to spot me. Hey! Oh no! I rushed into a hiding spot and the toilet followed me from behind. Luckily, I was able to take him down with a surprise attack. He was knocked out, buying me a little more time. I better speed this up. He won't stay knocked out for long. I kept moving towards the door until finally I reached the room, but it was occupied by two more toilet guards. They didn't seem like they were going to move anytime soon. How do I get them out of here? Just then, I had an idea. I shot a fireball, setting the corner of the room on fire.
Fire! Put it out! Put it out!
The guards rushed towards the distraction, buying me just enough time to make it into the secret room. When I arrived inside, I spotted a strange upgrade being held inside of a high-tech chamber. What's that? Suddenly, the Fire Skull Skibidi busted down a wall behind me.
I have you now!
On days 18 through 21, I was face to face with the Fire Skull Skibidi toilet.
You think you can escape me? You have another thing coming!
The foe lunged at me and I braced myself. Spitting up globs of burning acid, the room became coated in the foe's deadly sludge. Just like before, I wasn't strong enough to beat him with brute strength, but I knew I could with wits. I then spotted TNT on the other side of the room and shot my fire attacks at it. The explosives ignited it, causing them to explode and stun the Skull Skibidi temporarily. Now's my chance! I rushed towards the mysterious upgrade and grabbed it, causing my body to transform. My arms grew longer and more powerful, and I gained green colors to my body. I was now a large elemental cameraman with 5 additional hearts and the ability to control wind. The Skull Skibidi awoke from his daze and prepared to fight me once more. No more messing around! Armed with my new strength, I jumped back into battle. I swiped at the Fire Skull Skibidi with my new dagger, and to my surprise, gusts of wind shot forward and damaged my foe. The wind powers were strong enough to cool the Fiery Skull monster, dealing massive damage to his form. I didn't hesitate, using this power to launch massive wind shurikens at him, knocking him into the air. Using the combined powers of my dagger and scythe, I was able to combo my enemy and severely weaken him. Thanks to my wind upgrade, I was able to take out the Fire Skull Skibidi toilet once and for all. There has to be even more upgrades like this. I'm gonna find them all to defeat the Void Skibidi and avenge my brother. Just then, the Scientist Skibidi came into the room.
My project! You'll pay for this!
He attacked and I ran for my life. On days 22 to 25, I was being chased by the Scientist Skibidi. I knew deep down I didn't stand a chance against him. All I could do was run as fast as possible while the Scientist Skibidi closed in behind me. Suddenly, the TV woman and speaker woman opened a passage for me.
Over here!
I followed her through it, managing to narrowly escape the Scientist Skibidi for now.
Wait a second, you're even stronger than before. You need to find the other elemental upgrades.
How do I do that?
With the help of the Alliance, you can do anything. We're on your side.
You're right. It's time to avenge my fallen brother. Suddenly, the Clawed Skibidi appeared from out of nowhere.
Nobody is getting in the way of the Skibidi army!
Before we could react, he kidnapped the speaker woman and ran off. I followed the Clawed Skibidi as fast as I could. On days 26 to 28, I was chasing after the Clawed Skibidi. He was faster than I expected, but I knew that losing him meant I risked losing the speaker woman for good. Eventually, we made it to a massive freezer facility. The Clawed Skibidi stopped and turned to face me.
You fool! You have no idea what's coming!
Suddenly, the Titan Speaker Man touched down in front of us, but something was different about him. He must have been infused with an ice upgrade. Before I could say anything, he attacked me. What are you doing? We're on the same side!
Not anymore! The Ice Titan Speaker Man belongs to the toilets!
Summoning from the icy powers within him, massive frozen spears came tumbling down from above. Not wanting to meet the business end of the spikes, I did my best to avoid them. But the ground was becoming frozen over and slippery, making it all the more difficult to avoid the many falling icicles. I was so focused on dodging the enemy's attacks that I couldn't even hit him back. Please, we don't have to fight each other! No matter what I said, he wouldn't snap out of it. All of a sudden, I got hit by a large attack, freezing me solid. No, I have to help my friends! Before I knew it, I blacked out. On days 29 to 32, I found myself inside of a prison in the freezer facility. I was all alone and running out of time. I need to find the Titan Speaker Man and the Speaker Woman before it's too late. I could see a switch across the room, but it was too far to reach. Wait, I've got an idea. I used my wind powers to flip the lever, opening the cage. Take that! Just then, Void helicopter guards rushed in to stop me. I had no choice but to run for my life as the guards followed in hot pursuit. I ran into a room with a massive body of frozen water in the center. I ran into the middle of it and used my fire powers to melt the nearby ice, leaving myself with an iceberg to stand securely on. The grounded toilets chasing me stopped at the edge of the water, and I blasted the helicopters out of the sky using my fire powers. Try to catch me now!
No need!
Out of nowhere, Skibidi lizards came out of the water and attacked me. On days 33 to 35, I was fighting for my life against a pit of angry lizard toilets. They were unlike anything I've ever faced before, and the limited space on the iceberg wasn't helping me out. What are these things? The Skibidi army is doing crazy experiments here.
That's none of your concern. No less talking and more getting eaten alive.
Using my fire attacks would only shrink the iceberg even more, so I was restricted to only using my wind powers. I raced around the lone iceberg, cutting into their porcelain with my wind powers. I had to stay one step ahead of them or I would get clobbered by their overwhelming numbers. I focused hard and conjured a tornado which lauded them up into the air. I tried everything I could, but I was getting overwhelmed by the reptile abominations. Ugh! These things are too strong! I considered trying to run, but the only way out was facing the guards I was running from.
End of the line, bucko.
There has to be another way! Just then, I had a risky idea, and I knew I was out of other options. Here goes nothing! So, I dove into the water. Cannonball! now! After jumping in, I discovered a secret underwater passage. As soon as I spotted it, I swam as fast as I could, while the lizards followed behind me like a school of savage piranhas. On days 36 to 39, I arrived on the other side of the underwater passage and climbed out of the water as quickly as I could. I managed to avoid the Skibidi lizards, but I still needed to find a way to get rid of them. I noticed another lever and walked over to activate it. Instantly, the water froze over, trapping them back inside once again. Be careful around water. Noted. Suddenly, I heard a horrified scream. Someone's in trouble! I rushed to the source of the scream and found Speaker Woman once again under attack by the clawed Skibidi. I watched as he landed a heavy hit, wounding her badly.
Tell me the Alliance secrets!
Never!
He went in to land the killing blow, but I intervened at the last second, blasting him off of her with my fire powers. Let's go! Together, the Speaker Woman and I ran away. On days 40 to 43, I took cover with the Speaker Woman as the clawed Skibidi scouted the halls for us. Are you okay?
No. If you can't find an upgrade, I'll die to these wounds.
I won't let that happen. Stay here. Immediately, I rushed out to find the upgrade the Speaker Woman needed. I found the upgrade in question in the center of a room which was being patrolled by Skibidi toilet guards. I was still wounded from my previous battles, so I would have to lay low. I snuck through the room, inching closer and closer to the upgrade. A couple of guards were standing in front of it, not moving an inch. I don't have time for this! I shot a blast of wind near them, making the guards turn their attention towards the wind instead.
What the?
I rushed in while they weren't looking and grabbed the upgrade, but as soon as I did, an alarm went off.
Intruder! Get him!
The guards instantly turned towards me. On days 44 to 46, I was being attacked by Skibidi guards. As soon as they spotted me, they swarmed around me, attacking me in a massive wave. I swung at them with my weapon, causing them to launch into the air with each strike. I thought I was making good progress until a bigger Void Skibidi guard arrived to stop me. He charged in, ready to saw me in half. Due to being much smaller than him, all I could do was swing at his legs and hope that an attack would land and do enough damage to put an end to this. As we chased each other around the battlefield, he shot blasts of dark void energy towards me, forcing me to dodge to try and avoid as much as I could. Getting hit by one of those was bad news. This bigger guard was much stronger than his smaller counterparts, but I knew I needed this upgrade to save Speaker Woman. I couldn't let this guard stop me. I used everything I could and finally was able to strike down the large guard, but he used his last words to make one final order.
Call for the Ice Titan Speaker Man!
The guard fell to the ground defeated and the entire room began to shake. Oh no! I need to hurry! I rushed back to my ally and gave her the upgrade. Before my eyes, she transformed into a Titan Speaker Woman. Her life was saved!
I feel incredible!
Our celebration was cut short, as just then, the Ice Titan Speaker Man was seen looming overhead. On days 47 to 50, the Ice Titan Speaker Man shot a grappling hook onto me, reeling me up and out of the facility. The Titan Speaker Woman chased us to the outside where she managed to cut me loose. She charged in to defend me at all costs. I looked on as the two Titans exchanged blows. If I got too close myself, I'd be squished like a bug. The Speaker Man's ice powers glanced off the enhanced armor of the Titan Speaker Woman, giving her time to turn up the bass and blast them with a sonic boom attack. Just when I thought she might win, the clawed Skibidi suddenly dropped in.
Oh, no you don't!
The Titan Speaker Woman and the clawed Skibidi clashed, while I was left to fight the Ice Titan Speaker Man. Without the help of my ally, I thought the battle would be doomed, but I knew I couldn't give up. I knew my only chance at winning would be to keep fighting with everything I had. I circled around the Titan Speaker Man's massive footsteps, slashing at him with my elemental fire. With the flames burning hot, I used my wind powers to make them even bigger and blow the Titan away. But the Titan was tough as nails and rained ice crystals down on top of me. I was too slow and got hit by the ice blast, freezing me in place, but I was soon able to break out of it. Finally, I landed a heavy hit, causing the Titan to drop his ice upgrade and transform back to normal. I quickly grabbed the upgrade and felt myself transforming into a larger Titan cameraman. I gained 5 hearts and ice powers.
What happened?
No time to explain. Stand back! I blasted the Claude Skibidi with my new ice powers, taking him down once and for all. Is it over? Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the Mecha Skibidi toilet arrived.
This ends now.
On days 51 to 54, the Mecha Skibidi fired multiple projectiles in our direction, attempting to defeat us.
We can't take much more of this. You gotta move.
Right! With the Titan Speakerman's help, the Titan Speakerwoman and I were able to escape the Mecha Skibidi's blasts. I can't believe we made it out of there!
Thank you for getting me that upgrade, Max. I never would have survived if it weren't for you.
Don't mention it! If not for you, I wouldn't have stood a chance against that Claude Skibidi. I just wish we could have helped the Titan Speakerman.
Worrying about him will do nothing now. It's time for action.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go regroup with the TVs. We then kept moving and returned to the TV base, only to find that it was left in shambles. No! We're too late! The Void Toilet's army must have gotten her!
Don't give up. Maybe they left something behind that could help us find her.
Immediately, we began to scavenge the area for any helpful clues. There has to be something around here somewhere.
Check every corner. If they really left behind a clue, we have to find it, and fast.
While looking around, I found a map titled TV Prison. Aha! This must be where they took her!
Go after her, Max. I'll stay here just in case.
Sounds good. You're not getting away with this, Void Skibidi! Determined, I flew away, following the map to save my friend. On days 55 to 57, I arrived at the location on the map to find all of my TV allies trapped in cages.
It's the Elemental Cameraman! Get him, boys!
You're not gonna get me that easily! I used my newly acquired Elemental Titan power to blast through the guards, one after the other. The toilet guards all charged towards me, but I was able to knock them back and defeat them using my powerful elemental attacks. I was able to level all of my foes and reach the prison holding the TVs.
Max, what are you doing here?
I'm here to help.
No, it's a trap!
Huh? Suddenly, the Mecha Skibidi toilet touched down nearby, laughing maniacally.
Surprise!
You? But the Titan Speakerman stopped you! You're supposed to be dead!
Well, it seems he died for nothing, and soon you'll be joining him.
The Mecha Skibidi toilet attacked, and I braced myself for impact. On days 58 to 61, I was facing off once again with the Mecha Skibidi toilet to free the TV woman. Without hesitation, the Mecha Skibidi toilet began blasting his destructive laser beams at me, and within an instant, the battlefield burst into flames. I retaliated with my newly acquired ice powers to summon gigantic icicles from the sky. My foe was relentless, firing lasers at me in a blind rage. I knew his only goal was to destroy me for good, but I couldn't let that happen. During this difficult battle, I managed to land a powerful ice attack, freezing him in place. That'll hold him. Before I could land my final blow, the Cinema Man arrived, but he was different. Just like the Titan Speakerman, he had been given an elemental upgrade, which meant he was also being mind controlled. Without any hesitation, he attacked me, using his electric powers. Advancing towards me, the Cinema Man dropped in front of me and sent a powerful electrical surge at my feet. Cinema Man, what did they do to you? I tried to fly deeper into the prison to evade him, but he stopped me in my tracks and combo punched me out of the air, grounding me once again. I thought the worst was over, but he started to send massive bolts of electricity down into me. As he rained down his newfound power, it began to dawn on me that I wouldn't be able to win this one. With the Cinema Man on their side, I didn't stand a chance. I have to come back when I'm stronger. On days 62 to 64, I was flying around in search of another upgrade. I needed something to give myself an edge over the Cinema Man. After some searching, I spotted one locked down in a Skibidi base. However, I was low on health after my run-in with the Electric Cinema Man, so I knew I couldn't just run in and grab it. I need to recharge my health. Time to find some quick food. I left the scene to soon find a food stand with a full line of cameramen. Aw man, a full line? Maybe I can just cut in front. Since it was urgent, I cut in front of the line to grab some food to regain my health.
Hey man, that's not cool.
I'm on a mission, bud. I need this.
Alright, yeah, whatever, bro. You Titans think you're so cool. I wish I was a Titan.
With that, I flew back to the Skibidi base where I found the Mecha Skibidi toilet waiting for me. But this time, he grabbed the upgrade first, transforming into a stronger Void form.
This is the end for you.
On days 65 to 67, I was under attack by the upgraded Mecha Skibidi toilet. I tried to get in close, but I was hit by his giant plunger fist and then doused in a poisonous Void spray.
I can feel the power of the Void Skibidi flowing through my circuits.
Ugh, he's too strong!
Just give up. You can't win.
Never! Suddenly, the TV woman arrived with her army.
Leave my ally alone.
TV woman, you guys escaped the prison!
We've got you surrounded. Stand down, Mecha Skibidi.
That is what you think, but two can play at that game. Come, Cinema Man.
The Mecha Skibidi took to the skies just as lightning struck down next to us, revealing the Electric Cinema Man.
We'll go after the Mecha Skibidi. You need to get Cinema Man to snap out of it.
The TV woman and her army left, and the Cinema Man charged in, ready to kill. On days 68 to 72, I was clashing with the Electric Cinema Man. He began shooting a barrage of electricity in my direction, dwindling my health in the process. Come on, Cinema Man, snap out of it! We're supposed to be allies! Just like before, he was under the Skibidi's control and too powerful for me to defeat easily. I would have to come up with something clever. Here goes nothing. I used all of my strength to push the Cinema Man into a nearby body of water. As soon as he hit the water, he electrocuted himself with his own power. Yes! My plan worked! He transformed back into his original form as he dropped his electric upgrade. I quickly grabbed the upgrade, transforming my body once again. The upgrade caused me to gain 10 hearts and electric powers. Unfortunately, the fight wasn't over yet, as the upgraded Mecha Skibidi emerged once again.
No! You'll pay for that.
How did you escape the TV woman's army? Enraged, he furiously rushed towards me. On days 73 to 75, I was once again facing off with the upgraded Mecha Skibidi. The Mecha Skibidi flew towards me, blasting me with his sonic boom and spraying me with his acid void spray. I used every power I had against him, combining ice and lightning to gain the upper hand. With a swift strike of my hammer, I knocked him out of the sky. It's over, Skibidi! I have the high ground!
You underestimate my power.
Thanks to my upgraded form, I was finally able to overpower him and strike him down once and for all. That's what you get for messing with the Elemental Titan cameraman! I noticed that upon his death, he dropped a letter. I picked it up and began to read. Tomorrow, the Void Skibidi toilet will begin his biggest attack yet. The Alliance is sure to crumble. Not if I have something to say about it. I returned to the Titan Speaker Woman to find she'd assembled a Speakerman army. The Void Skibidi is planning something bad. We can't let him get away with this. Who's ready? Just then, a thick fog enveloped the area and a black hole was seen forming above. It exploded, revealing the Void Skibidi. On days 76 to 79, I was face to face with the Void Skibidi. Before I could think of my next move, he began summoning Void Skibidis all around us.
You didn't think I'd make this easy, did you?
Suddenly, the Void Skibidi used his dark magic to teleport the Speaker Woman away from us. Men, Avenger Commander, attack!
Skibidis, to arms!
All of my men stormed forward and clashed with the Void forces in an epic battle. Leave the Void Skibidi to me, men. We have a score to settle.
Come and get me, little cameraman.
I flew in to take on the Void Skibidi himself. While our armies clashed below, the Void Skibidi and I battled it out in the skies. He slashed at me with his long clawed arms and tossed small projectiles of void energy my way if I got too far away. I used all of the powers I had against him, blasting him with lightning bolts and sending down a barrage of ice crystals onto him. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't win. He's too strong! What should I do? He then opened a massive black hole, causing myself to get sucked into the unknown. On days 80 to 83, I woke up inside of a mysterious void realm all by myself. Am I inside of the black hole? I looked around, but I couldn't see anyone else. There was no way to tell if my allies were able to survive. Hello? Is anybody there? Suddenly, I heard growling. TV woman? Titan speaker woman? Is that you? I turned around and spotted a horrible void creature. Uh-oh, this isn't the anybody I had in mind. It lunged at me, and instinctually I tried to defend myself by beating it back with my riot hammer. But he just kept attacking me like a wild animal. Any chance we got off on the wrong foot? Let's start over. My name is Max and I dodged back to avoid its gnashing teeth. I defended myself using all the elemental powers I had at my disposal, but the terrible void monster fired a blast of void energy, hitting me dead on. Yeesh! Ever heard of a breath mint, buddy? Whatever realm I was in gave this void creature the edge, and there was no way I could win this fight. This isn't good. I have to run. I tried to flee, but the creature chased after me. On days 84 to 86, I was being pursued by the massive void monster. Nice floating head. You wouldn't hurt me, would you? I couldn't seem to get them off my tail this time. No matter what I did, they were able to catch up. Eventually, I found myself cornered. It seemed like this might be the end. I'm sorry, brother. I wasn't able to avenge you. With nowhere left to run, I braced myself for impact from the Void Beast. Out of nowhere, my camera allies rushed to my aid. Charge! A swarm of cameramen started attacking the Void Monster. Wait, did my allies get sucked into the black hole as well? I couldn't believe it. They had survived, but there was no time to celebrate. I ran in to help my men in battle. With the help of the cameramen, I was able to easily defeat the Void Monster.
We're glad you're okay, but we need you to come with us. There isn't much time.
Lead the way! On days 87 to 89, I followed my cameraman allies to a small city inside of the Void. There, they took me to meet their leader, the Titan Cameraman. You survived?
It'll take more than that to kill me. The Void grows bigger by the day, and soon the entire world will be consumed. We need your elemental powers to win this war.
How can I help?
Overcome the trials of darkness, and the portal back to the normal world will open.
Sure, but first, I have to save my other allies.
Don't worry, we already have them here.
Suddenly, the speakers step forward to help the cause. Where are the TVs?
They're trapped within the trials of darkness. You must hurry before they're consumed.
You can count on me. I took to the skies. I was determined to save my friends and get us all out of this void. On days 90 to 92, I arrived at the Trials of Darkness with my first obstacle laying in my path. This must be the place. Looking closer at my first trial, I noticed it was a gigantic field of magma blocks and lava. I tried to fly, but magic in the area prevented me from doing so. Looks like I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. I walked across the field, and to my surprise, I was able to endure it well. My firepower protects me from fire damage. No wonder the other cameras couldn't cross here. I made it to the next trial, where I would have to traverse over a large chasm. This screams wind trial. My ability to fly was restored, and I took to the skies. As I flew, a horde of void helicopter skibidis came after me. Looks like company has arrived. Time to take them on. On days 93 to 95, I was fighting the flying mobs in an aerial battle. Since I was in their domain now, these toilets were much tougher, but so was I. I used my wind powers to blow the skibidis out of the sky. I sent forward powerful gusts of wind in their direction, slicing straight through them. I was doing good damage with my wind powers, but it wasn't enough to take out the horde. This might be a wind trial, but that won't stop me from using my electricity powers. Switching gears, I unleashed thunderous bolts of lightning that struck down the toilets, finishing off the stragglers. I kept moving until suddenly I fell from the sky. I landed on the ground, taking minimal fall damage. Looks like that magic that prevents me from flying is back. I looked around and realized I was surrounded by a massive body of water. I tried to go swim across, but lizard skibidi toilets came out attacking me. If I can't swim or fly, then I'll just walk. I used my elemental power to freeze the water and continued forward. I made it to the final trial, with a huge door blocking my path. I don't have time for this! Let me through! I used my electric power to fry the door circuits. It opened and I was allowed to enter the final room. There, I spotted my TV allies trapped in a cage. I'm here to help!
No, it's a trap!
Suddenly, a void Sawblade Skibidi appeared out of thin air to fight me. On days 96 to 98, I was locked in combat with the mutated Sawblade toilet, and my friends were on the line. The Sawblade Skibidi whizzed past me at high speeds, damaging me with every pass. Stay still and let me hit you so I can save my friends! Finally, I predicted where he was going to be and brought my hammer down right on his head. Batter up! The hit slowed him down, but his blades were still incredibly powerful. I used my lightning, ice, wind, and fire abilities to beat him down. In my time, I had taken down a number of toilets. Aside from the Void Skibidi though, none of them compared to the trial I was faced with here. We both fought viciously, and eventually I got him on his last leg. Take this! With one last flurry of lightning strikes, I ended him once and for all. As fast as I could, I ran over to where my friends were and freed them from their cages. Is everyone okay? Before anyone could respond, the room began to tremble. Whoa! What's going on? In the center of the room, a massive portal shimmered to life. That must be our way out of here.
Continue on ahead without us. We'll bring the others back here to return to the overworld.
Sounds like a plan. Thanks, everyone. I turned around and headed into the portal. On day 99, I returned to the overworld. As I looked around, I realized that the place was in worse condition than ever before. It was clear the Void Skibidi had wreaked havoc while I was gone. Black holes were ripped open everywhere, and the world was in complete ruin. Ugh, I won't let him get away with this! Suddenly, the Void Skibidi himself emerged from one of the other black holes with his evil toilet army.
You? But how? How did you escape the void?
You have to kill me to make me stop fighting for what's right.
Oh, is that so? Charge forth, my men!
With that, the Skibidi forces came running towards me. I prepared myself for one final epic battle with toilet minions. With a massive swing of my hammer, I knocked back the wave of toilet minions. I used every possible power at my disposal to defeat the toilet army for good. I summoned a shower of icicles from above to freeze the toilet minions in their tracks, and followed it up by blasting them with my wind powers. Finally, I aimed fiery blasts at them and electrocuted them with bolts of lightning. I did all I could to win this fight, but even using the best of my abilities, the Void Skibidi army seemed endless as they poured out of nearby black holes. These guys just won't stop coming! I need to take down their leader. I was suddenly attacked by the Void Skibidi himself.
Looking for me, elemental cameraman? This is personal. I'm going to be the one to kill you myself.
I fought back against the foe as best I could, but he had another trick up his sleeve. The Void Skibidi opened up a black hole that sucked the both of us in. On day 100, I appeared in a battleground inside of the Void Realm.
After today, this puny world will belong to me and all of my toilets.
No! I'll never let you get away with this!
I already have. Unless, of course, you're able to defeat me.
Bring it on! With that, the foe charged towards me and our final battle commenced. The Void Skibidi raked at my armor with his massive claws, hitting me directly. I wasn't about to let him get a hit in on me for free and blasted him with ice. Our battle took to the skies as I surrounded myself with a storm of lightning bolts that struck and shocked the Void Skibidi. He created some distance between the two of us and conjured a black hole, sucking me in and dealing devastating damage as it exploded. Although the Void Skibidi was by far the fiercest enemy I had faced, I had grown stronger since our last encounter. This is for the Alliance and for my brother! Utilizing the power of everyone I was fighting for, with one final blow, I struck down the Void Skibidi toilet, causing him to fall into the endless void. As he died, I reappeared back in the overworld. All the black holes were gone, and all the Skibidis had been defeated. I had won the war in the name of the Alliance. Suddenly, my head filled with the sounds of people calling me for my help. I knew that somewhere I was needed, and my consciousness was teleported into my next body. On day 1, I spawned in as a phone man as the war between the Alliance and Skibidi toilets raged on. Cameramen, speakermen, and TV men all fell around me as the toilets wreaked havoc with their horrible song. Suddenly, a massive scuba Skibidi toilet emerged into battle on his whirlpool.
Mark my words, phone man. I'll eliminate you at all costs.
What did I do? The scuba Skibidi began blasting powerful water attacks from the cannons on his back. As I ran, I thought I would be killed in an instant until the Titan cameraman intercepted the killing blow.
Titans, protect the phone. He's our last hope.
The Cinema Man and Speaker Man joined his side, and all three of the Titans engaged in battle with the scuba Skibidi toilet. The Titans wailed on him with all of their might, and it looked like the Skibidi boss was retreating back to the water. Unfortunately, he used powers to absorb the water around him and rose out of the lake even bigger than before. The scuba Skibidi hit the trio away with a powerful blow, causing them to scatter from the battlefield. I was now completely vulnerable. I ran for my life. On day 2, I was being chased through the chaos by the Skibidi Scuba Toilet's men. I was a phone man, so I tried to use my powers to call my phone people for backup. Unfortunately, nobody answered my distress signal. Where are the other phone men? With no phone allies in sight, the toilets found me again, and I kept up the chase until I was met with a massive body of water. I tried to swim through it, but the minute I touched the surface, I began to take damage. Oh no! Phone men are weak to water! The toilets closed in on me, and I had nowhere to go.
Any last words?
No, I can't die here! Just as I was about to get killed, my phone powers unleashed in the form of electrical dual-wield pistols. My lightning gun zapped off purple energy in the nearby foes, and I realized I was now capable of defending myself. Bring it on! On day 3, I was locked in combat with the incoming Skibidi toilet threat. The horde of Skibidi toilets charged towards me, and I immediately fired blast after blast at them, the purple energy keeping them at bay. I dodged their strikes by flipping and rolling out of the way, my increased agility allowing me to avoid the worst of their attacks. Thanks to my new power, I was able to take out a few of the toilets, but more and more continued to join their allies in combat. Suddenly, one of the toilets got a surprise attack on me, causing a strange device to be planted into my inventory. What the? I tried to overpower the enemies, but there were too many for me to fight alone. I cut my losses and continued to run through the city while the toilets followed in hot pursuit. I used my phone powers to slow down the incoming threat, but for every toilet I zapped, more would show up. How do they keep finding me? I stopped and unleashed another electrical blow, but this time a giant Mecha Skibidi toilet arrived to stop me.
Zap away! You're only showing us where you're hiding.
Just then, I realized I had been attracting them the whole time. The device on me gave away my location every time I used my phone powers. I have to escape without my abilities. I ran as fast as I could away from the toilets, but soon enough, I was cornered at a phone pole with nowhere to turn. I backed up into the pole, and to my surprise, I was sucked into the electrical line. On days 4 through 5, I zipped through the power line and appeared inside of another location. Whoa, I can travel through phone lines? What else can phone men do? Suddenly, the Mecha Skibidi toilet appeared and destroyed the power line in its wake.
You can't escape, not while using your power.
I couldn't find another way out of this, so I prepared myself for battle. I unleashed everything I had onto the Mecha Skibidi while he retaliated with his imposing attacks. I put up as much of a fight as I could, but it was clear that I didn't stand a chance against his incredible might. Things got worse as more toilets closed in on my location. I wasn't gonna hold out much longer.
Stop right there!
Just then, the TV woman arrived with the Alliance at her side. Her men ran into battle and clashed with the opposing toilet army. The battle was brutal.
Find HQ. I'll hold this guy off for now.
I took my chance while I had it and ran away from the battle. As I fled, clouds began to gather in the sky and rain poured down. I looked up behind me as helicopter skibidi toilets swarmed from above. The water caused me to take damage while the skibidi toilets continued to attack me. Between the rainfall and toilets, I wasn't gonna last much longer. I need to find cover before it's too late. On days 6 through 7, I was about to get overwhelmed when I spotted a long tunnel. I ran inside for cover from the rain, narrowly surviving with low health. Unfortunately, the helicopter skibidi toilets flew after me from both directions of the tunnel. I didn't have anywhere else to go as the rain was still pouring outside. Is this the end? Just then, a block was broken next to my feet, revealing the speaker woman.
Come with me if you want to live.
I followed the speaker woman underground and closed off the hole behind us. We soon found ourselves in the sewers. Why are you guys helping me?
Because you're the key to winning this war. You hold the potential that no other member before has.
Suddenly, the ground began to shake as a nearby wall exploded, revealing a tank skibidi toilet.
Hand over the phone, man.
They found us. Brace yourself.
On days 8 through 9, I was fighting the tank skibidi with the help of the speaker woman. I whipped out my dual pistols and began firing. The tank skibidi's projectiles were powerful indeed, though. I needed to get closer and throw off his aim. Under the speaker woman's covering fire, I hopped over the sewer channel to close the distance. My acrobatic moves were too fast for the skibidi to track. I leapt through the air while firing my pistols down on him. I kept unloading clips into them. Even with our forces combined, the tank's armor was too great for us to do enough damage. Each bullet we fired practically bounced off of him. At this rate, we were going to lose.
HQ isn't far from here. Find it before the toilets do.
The speaker woman held off the tank skibidi while I ran deeper into the underground in search of HQ. As I turned a corner, I was nearly spotted by a skibidi toilet guard. I quickly ducked behind cover and managed to miss them before they could see me. They must have located us because I was using my powers. I have to lay low. I began to navigate the underground area, doing my best to avoid the skibidi guards that now crowded its caverns. The place was full of guards all looking to capture me. After some searching, I finally found the HQ. I managed to sneak over to the door of HQ, but to my horror, it was locked tight. One of the toilet guards was approaching the area. If I couldn't get in soon, I'd be caught. I have to think of something quick. On days 10 through 12, I needed to get through the locked HQ door and decided the only way around this was to use my phone powers. I zapped the control panel with my pistols, frying it to a crisp and unlocking the door to HQ. Unfortunately, this also set off my tracker. The toilet guard stopped his patrol and shouted out to his men.
The phone man used his powers! Everyone, after him!
The toilet goons all barreled towards me as I rushed through the entrance of HQ and blocked off the door behind me. I can't use my phone powers without attracting more. I'll have to fight this the old-fashioned way. I looked for some parts to put together a weapon I could use against the toilets. After some crafting, my new staff weapon was complete. The toilets broke down the door and flooded the room, and I began to fight them off with my newly crafted weapon. I fought through the horde of toilets with my iron staff, spinning it in the air to knock them back. Using its length to gain distance between me and the incoming threat, I also used wide sweeping attacks to pummel the skibidis and stun them. Things were looking up, and I was working my way through the swarm. Unfortunately, for every toilet I defeated, it seemed like another one rushed into the room to fight. I was determined to take out every toilet that came at me, but I was starting to break a sweat. The battle was neck and neck, and neither side was giving in. I fought with all of my strength, until suddenly the tank skibidi toilet blasted open the wall.
There you are! Prepare to die!
I braced myself as my new foe came in for round 2. On days 13 through 15, I was locked in combat with the powerful tank skibidi toilet. I used everything I had to attack the massive toilet boss, but his armor was impenetrable against my crafted staff weapon. I tried to break through his hard exterior with my phone powers, but it attracted more goons into the area to fight me. I attempted to fend off the goons as they swarmed me, but there were so many that even my staff was barely able to keep them away. I had no choice and fired my electrical dual pistols, jumping into the air and firing a barrage of shots that all hit their mark. Unfortunately for me, the tank skibidi was only using his men as a distraction, firing his powerful cannon at me even though it hit his own forces. I continued to bat at the minions and get some hits on the tank skibidi when I could, but with this many enemies at once, I wasn't sure if my weapons were strong enough to defend me. I was knocked down to low health with nowhere to run. As I was about to be killed, the speaker woman arrived to my aid once again.
Catch!
She tossed me a mysterious upgrade, which I grabbed, causing my body to transform. My legs grew taller and my body became bigger and more sturdy. I was a large phone man with 5 additional hearts, more electric powers, and the ability to dual-wield plunger swords. Armed with my new strength, I jumped back into battle. I removed the 2 plungers from my back and began my relentless assault against the Skibidi tank. The Speaker Woman once again provided covering fire, stunning the tank with her sonic blast. This allowed me to land several critical hits. With one final blow, I took out the tank toilet. Thanks for the boost. I was a goner.
You can repay me by joining the Alliance and winning this war.
You got yourself a deal. Just then, the room began to tremble. The place was going to self-destruct. There wasn't a moment to waste. The Speaker Woman and I began to make a run for the exit. On days 16 through 18, I made it to the surface with the Speaker Woman, barely escaping the blast. The Skibidi army isn't messing around. They really want me dead. Where are all the other phone men?
Well, phone men are incredibly rare. Only the Titans know what happened to them, and nobody has seen the Titans since the battle with the Scuba Skibidi.
Well, then I'll reunite the Titans and find the phone men in the process. Suddenly, the ground started to tremble. I looked at the source of the shaking and saw the Mecha Skibidi toilet from a couple of days ago wreaking havoc on the area.
Burn this farm to the ground, men. It would take out all the Alliance's sources of food. They'll be powerless.
I can't attract that thing. I need to get out of here without being spotted. And so, the Speaker Woman and I parted ways as I started sneaking through the area, trying my best not to get seen. But as I was sneaking, a stray toilet spotted me.
Oi, there's that phone bloke. Get him, lads.
Before he could say another word, I used my dual-wield plungers to silence him. Unfortunately, I was too late, as a horde of Skibidi toilets ran at me. I had no choice but to run away. On days 19 through 22, I was being chased by Skibidi toilets. I wanted to use my powers to fight back, but if I did, the nearby Mecha toilet would surely be alerted of my location. I ran and ran as far as I could, until the toilets had me cornered at a power line. They were closing in and there was nowhere left for me to run. I have to risk it. I had no choice but to use my phone powers, causing me to zip through the phone line. When I reappeared, I was in another area. I looked around and realized I was on some kind of island in the middle of the ocean. The only way out of this place is using the phone lines again. But before I could escape, the ground started to tremble. I took cover as the Mecha Skibidi toilet touched down.
I know you're here, phone man. I sensed your powers. Show yourself.
As quietly as I could, I started sneaking away. But as I got some distance, I took the wrong step and accidentally walked over some loose dirt. The ground opened up underneath me and I plummeted inside. On days 23 through 26, I fell until I finally reached the bottom. I looked around and found that I was inside of a Skibidi facility where cameramen were being used as guinea pigs for toilet experimentation. This is horrible! Suddenly, I spotted a camera on the floor and rushed to their side to try and help them.
No! It's a trap! Run away!
Just then, a bunch of toilets swarmed the area. Oh no! Your camera feed must be tapped! My cover was blown. The Skibidis could watch my every move through the lens of their camera experiments. Toilets surrounded me from all sides. I took out my plunger to defend myself. The toilets lunged at me, doing their best to move as a group and corner me. Their sheer numbers made up for their lack of power, and I wondered if my plunger would be enough to take out all of them. With my trusty weapon in hand, I swung at them non-stop, attempting to take out as many as I could as fast as possible. I managed to take most of them down, but more waves of them kept storming into the room. I couldn't defeat them all without my phone powers, but if I used them, the Mecha Skibidi outside would know where I was and I'd be toast. I thought I was done for, when suddenly I heard a voice call out to me.
Psst, over here, quick!
Powerless and with no hope of surviving the battle, I had no choice but to follow the source of the voice. While the toilets were off my trail, I ducked into hiding only to find myself faced with a camera toilet. Ah! Another trap! On days 27 through 30, I braced for an attack from the camera toilet, but to my surprise, nothing happened.
No, wait, I'm friendly. My name is Camden. I'm here to help. I was the toilet's original test subject. Luckily, they can't see my camera feed because the experiment failed.
That's when I heard the toilet searching for me. There's no more time to talk. Do you know a way out of this place?
Yes, but it's too heavily guarded right now. Luckily, I think I know where we can find someone who can help us break out.
And so, Camden and I left before the goons could find us. He led me to an area where the Titan cameraman was being held, but he wasn't looking too good.
Oh no, we're too late. The toilets must have already sapped him of his power. If he doesn't get energy soon, he'll die.
I realized the only way to save him was by using my electricity powers, but if I did, I'd alert the Mecha Skibidi above. There's no time. I can't let him die. Despite the fact I'd give away my location, I zapped the Titan cameraman, causing him to power back up.
Max.
Suddenly, the roof exploded, revealing the Mecha toilet.
Found you.
Without another word, he attacked me. On days 31 through 34, I was clashing with the Mecha Skibidi toilet. The Titan cameraman was still too weak to fight back, so I was facing him all alone. The Mecha Skibidi toilet soared above, chasing me around the room and shooting missiles that just barely missed my phone body. As they hit the ground, the floor lit on fire, and soon the whole room was aflame. Anytime he landed on the ground, I seized the opportunity to attack him, slamming my plungers into his giant mechanical legs. As long as he stayed on the ground, I had a fair chance, but as soon as he took to the skies, the best I could do was try to stay out of his range and avoid his powerful projectiles. Even though I could use my powers, the Mecha Skibidi was still too powerful and I couldn't gain the upper hand.
Max, catch!
The Titan threw me a phone artifact, which caused me to gain new powers. Now, I had the ability to summon creatures by calling for help. Suddenly, a bunch of cameramen ran in to aid me. Ah, take this! My new allies attacked the Mecha Skibidi as soon as he touched the ground, and their constant attacks kept him from flying away. His mechanical body short-circuited and burst into flames from their relentless attacks. There was no way he stood a chance now. I joined the fight, helping my camera squad keep up the attacks to further dwindle the Titan's health. With the help of the cameramen, I managed to overwhelm the Mecha Skibidi and win the fight. Titan cameraman, what do you know about my people? But before he could answer, the Scuba Skibidi arrived overhead.
There you are. You're not escaping me again.
Just before the Scuba Skibidi could get me, the Titan cameraman regained enough of his strength to stop him.
Find the Titan Speaker Man. He can help you.
Knowing I was no match for the Scuba Skibidi, Camden and I ran away. On days 35 through 38, I followed Camden out of the facility and back to the island surface. Unfortunately, the Scuba Skibidi summoned rain upon me, making it harder to get away. I used the trees to take cover from the rain until we made it to a massive ship floating in the water.
You should take cover in there until the storm passes.
You're not coming with me?
I'd only slow you down. Don't worry, I'll find you again someday.
Thanks for everything, Camden. The two of us parted ways and I ran onto the ship, hiding in the lower deck. Suddenly, the boat started to shake. I peeked through the window and looked outside. Although the rain had stopped, I was faced with a new dilemma. The ship had moved away from the island and I was now in the middle of the ocean. Uh-oh, there's no way out of here until we return to shore. Things quickly took a turn for the worse when I heard footsteps approaching. I hid behind some cover and stayed as quiet as possible as toilets entered the cabin. They began moving again, heightening my chances of getting caught. They were gonna find me on the ship for sure. I'm done for. On days 39 through 42, my cover was about to be blown by the Skibidi toilets. I needed to figure out a way to distract them quickly. I used my new phone powers to cause an electrical disturbance on the other side of the lower deck.
Who goes there?
We better go check it out.
The toilets left to go investigate, and I hurried to the main deck while I still had the chance. I continued traversing the insides of the ship, but as I headed up some stairs, another toilet walked down.
Hey, it's the phone
Quickly,
man!
I zapped him dead before he could alert the others. I gotta move! I rushed towards the main deck, moving as fast as I could to avoid any more patrolling toilets. I can't stop now. I have to keep going. I was nearing my destination until suddenly I saw a group of toilets in front of me.
As soon as we catch that phone man, victory will be ours. Once and for all. We just have to find him first.
I ducked behind a nearby wall, holding my breath and hoping the toilets wouldn't see me. To my surprise, they walked right past me. I waited until they were gone before continuing towards the main deck. Phew! That was close. When I finally arrived, I found the Clawed Skibidi toilet was already there, waiting for me. How did you find me?
That little stunt gave away your location. A rookie mistake. And it'll be your last.
Just then, the Clawed Skibidi lunged towards me. On days 43 through 46, I was locked in combat with the Clawed Skibidi toilet. I flailed my plungers in the air, but no matter how hard or fast I swung, the foe proved to be too quick for me to make contact. He was flying circles around me, zipping back and forth to slash me with his razor-sharp mechanical claws, dealing massive damage. It seemed like nothing I did gave me the edge I needed to gain the upper hand. I needed to act fast or he was gonna slice right through me. I tried to use my phone powers, unleashing a burst of electric energy at the enemy, but it was ineffective as I still wasn't fully charged. The Clawed Skibidi was too evasive and too powerful for me to face alone. The foe was incredibly strong and I was too weak to defeat him. As I was about to die, the Titan Speaker Man rose from the ocean and jumped onto the boat.
Leave him alone.
He blasted the Clawed Skibidi off of me, but the toilet retaliated in full force, leaving the Titan Speaker Man unable to continue the fight. The toilet was fatally wounded from the Titan's blow. In a vengeful frenzy, the Clawed Skibidi started to set his own ship ablaze.
I'm going down, and you're both going down with me!
He succumbed to his injuries, but the damage had already been done. The ship was starting to burn away, and without it, I was surely gonna die to water damage.
Max, take this.
He handed me a phone upgrade, transforming me into a Titan Phone Man. I gained 5 hearts and a new power which allowed me to fly. Using my new ability, I escaped the ship just in time to avoid drowning in the ocean alongside the toilets. Not wanting to risk reinforcements arriving, the Titan Speaker Man and I flew away. On days 47 through 50, I landed back on shore with the Titan Speaker Man. Finally, I had the chance to ask about my fellow phone people. Please, tell me what you know about the other phone men.
I don't know a lot. The Cinema Man, he knows something. He saw them last at a massive cellular tower.
I was confused as to why everyone I asked about the phone man sounded so nervous. Are you hiding something?
Well, it's just...
But before he could finish his sentence, a laser fired down at us. I looked up and realized we were under attack by the Jetpack Skibidi.
Looks like I caught myself 2 valuable Titans.
No way! You'll never defeat us!
We'll see about that.
He swooped in and attacked the Titan Speaker Man and I. The 3 of us took to the skies, and an all-out aerial battle commenced. The Jetpack Skibidi unleashed a non-stop barrage of lasers that landed with a fierce impact, creating a massive explosion that sent the 2 of us reeling back with each massive boom. The Titan Speaker Man fired back with a volley of rockets from his hand cannon, but the Jetpack Skibidi's hard shell was resistant to these explosions. I needed to try and build up enough power while flying to blast them with high-voltage lightning. The battle was taking too long, and I was losing time.
I'll handle this. Go look for the Cinema Man. He can help you.
Thank you, Titan Speaker Man. So, I took to the skies while he held off the Jetpack Skibidi. On days 51 through 54, I was flying through the sky in search of the cell tower. Suddenly, I felt a strange feeling overcome me. Following the feeling, I took off towards the source to find the cause of it. I arrived at the cellular tower and realized that a Skibidi base had been set up around the perimeter. What are they up to? Just then, one of the toilets spotted me.
Intruder in sight. Activate the tower.
The toilets turned on the tower, causing a beam of light to shoot out of it. Out of nowhere, the Cinema Man and his TV army arrived. The Cinema Man charged towards me, and I realized they were all being mind-controlled by the tower. Those monsters! They're using Phone Man tech against me! Unfortunately, I had no choice but to fight back without trying to hurt them. I focused my attention on the Cinema Man as he used his hulking fist to strike me. But before I could inflict much damage, he knocked me to the ground. Disoriented from his attack, the TV men began to rush me. Not wanting to be caught in the crossfire, I attempted to deter them by frying their circuits with my electric phone powers, setting them ablaze. As I fought off my friends, the Cinema Man flashed his fearsome red scream, damaging me further. I couldn't risk my own allies finishing me off, so I used my electricity powers on them once more. Their circuitry on the fritz again, I flew up to take on the Cinema Man face to face. I attacked his massive screen again and again, but no matter what I did, I couldn't seem to penetrate his defenses. My allies were too powerful to beat them without harming them. I had no choice but to flee. vowing to return and free them from the toilet's control.
Run all you want, little phone. The Cinema Man will find you and kill you.
On days 55 through 58, I reunited with the Titan Speaker Man and told him what all occurred at the phone tower.
I can teach you the way of the Speaker Man, but it'll be hard to master.
Please, I'll do anything.
Very well, then there's no time to waste.
And so, I began undergoing the Titan's rigorous trials to unlock new power within me. My first task was to endure the Titan Speaker Man's sonic boom attacks. My ears were ringing, but I managed to survive with low health. Next, he had me spar with some other speakers, improving my strength and dexterity. The Speaker Man people were well versed in close quarters combat, using dangerous weapons to strike me. Thankfully, my upgraded Phone Man's strength kept me from the incoming damage they were dealing.
You've done well, young phone. Now you must complete your third and final test.
But before we could begin, the jetpack Skibidi flew in.
I've found you again. This time, I'll make sure you don't leave. Not with your life, at least.
Alright, new test. Unleash your power on the jetpack Skibidi and save us.
And so, I took to the skies and attacked the jetpack Skibidi. I fought with all of my might, using all of my strength to take him down. Unfortunately, like before, he was still too strong for me. He knocked me to the ground, but that's when I felt something channeling within me. Focusing on everything I had learned, I unleashed a ringtone music attack, defeating the jetpack Skibidi and winning the battle. Thank you, Titan Speaker Man! Time to take on Cinema Man and reclaim the cellular tower! On days 59 through 62, I returned to the cell tower only to find the Cinema Man already there waiting for me.
Back for more, are ya?
I'll make you eat those words! And so, after quickly taking out the mocking toilet, I took on the Cinema Man with the goal of getting him out of his trance. Just as before, he was incredibly strong. Luckily, my training helped me stand a chance against him. I unleashed everything the Titan Speaker Man had taught me while still holding back so as not to hurt him too much. The foe flashed his red screen at me once more, but this time I was more prepared. Shaking off the attack, I continued my onslaught against the Cinema Man. But no matter what I tried, I couldn't snap him out of his mind control. I didn't want to kill him, but I also didn't want him to kill me. I was running out of options. In a moment of desperation, I used my phone powers to overload the cell tower, causing it to crumble to the ground. The Cinema Man snapped out of his mind control, and I absorbed the power of the cell tower, transforming me into an upgraded Titan Phone Man. I gained 5 more hearts and a new telephone pole weapon. With my new strength, I jumped into battle against the base's toilet forces. The fight didn't last long as I was able to quickly wipe them all out without a sweat. Amongst the rubble, I found a mysterious looking key. I wonder what this opens. The Cinema Man stepped forward.
Thank you for saving me, Max. I bet you're wondering what happened to your people.
Finally! Everyone's been so elusive about it for some reason. Can you tell me?
I think it's best if you see for yourself. Take this map, and you'll find them there.
I took the map from him and set off to follow it. On days 63 through 66, I traveled to the location marked on the map only to find a custom phone line in the middle of a field. My people must have used this for transportation. I wonder where it leads. I zipped through the line towards the unknown location. Suddenly, the phone line abruptly cut, causing me to fall out. I looked around to find that the new, upgraded Mega Skibidi had destroyed a part of the line.
Looks like someone forgot we can sense their special phone powers.
Out of my way! Eager to find the answers I sought, I clashed with the upgraded Mega Skibidi. The two of us darted through the air, exchanging fire with one another. Although the enemy had grown stronger, I had as well, and I wasn't gonna go down easily. I unleashed the full extent of my powers against the upgraded Mega Skibidi. The foe responded in full force, releasing a barrage of lasers towards me. I evaded the toilet's attacks as best I could as the blast made contact with the cell tower, destroying it even more. We were both putting up a good fight. It was neck and neck. Having each sustained significant damage, we fell to the ground and our battle continued in close range. In a plunger versus plunger duel, we swung melee attacks at one another. I was giving the fight all I had, but more toilets sensed my powers and came to the upgraded Mega Skibidi's aid. I can't keep going on! That's when I saw the other end of the phone line and I made a run for it. I zapped into it to try and make it to the end of the line.
Well, After him!
On days 67 through 70, I rode through the phone line until I finally reached my destination. I arrived at the entrance of what I could only assume was the city of the phone men, but there was a door and a massive wall blocking it. Surely I can fly over this. I made my way up only to find a shield barrier in the way. Aw man, where's the key to get inside? I tried to break through, but the door wouldn't budge. This door is sealed shut. I guess it's time to use some extra strength. I used my powers to try and open it, but nothing seemed to work. That's when I heard something and realized the upgraded Mecha Skibidi was closing in behind me with his army. I was running out of time. Come on, Max, think! I ran behind a nearby bush to take cover and buy myself some time before my enemies got too close. Off in the distance, I could hear the upgraded Mecha Skibidi commanding his men.
Spread out, men! We need to find that phone man now! Yes, sir!
The toilet scattered, searching high and low for me. I would need to think fast to get around them and through the shielded door. There's gotta be some way to unlock that door. Suddenly, I remembered the key I got from the cell tower. I looked around to make sure the coast was clear. Then I used it on the door. Please work, please work! It opened and I rushed through just before I was seen by the Skibidis. Phone men, here I come! On days 71 through 74, I arrived at the inside of the Phone Man civilization only to find that it was in complete ruin. It was entirely abandoned. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. What happened? Where is everyone? I tried to use my call powers to summon more of my kind, but nobody came. I was entirely alone in this abandoned civilization. Or so I thought. Suddenly, a bunch of toilets came out from behind a building and attacked me. The Skibidis ambushed me from every direction. I was completely surrounded. I swung my telephone pole at the massive enemies as hard as I could, but it wasn't enough. They just kept coming. I shifted gears, unleashing a flurry of electricity at the foes, setting them all ablaze. Despite my best efforts, their numbers weren't decreasing and they continued charging at me with no relent. Their defenses weakened from the fire. I utilized my phone pole once more. With the mighty slash, much of the enemy's ranks lay defeated. Finally, using my new ringtone ability, I was able to take out the stragglers. Just as I finished taking out the lesser goons, the Scuba Skibidi arrived.
Well. Looks like the little phone found his way back home.
You! Where are my people? What did you do to them?
Oh, you don't remember? Why don't you join them?
Suddenly, the Scuba Skibidi attacked me. Unprepared for a fight, I fled into another part of the city. I managed to escape the Scuba Skibidi's clutches, but he was still hunting me down. As I hid, I tried to understand the reality of what was going on. The phone men, my people, they can't just be gone, can they? I looked around, desperate for any sign of what might have happened. As I glanced around at my surroundings, I spotted a destroyed statue. Looking at it seemed to spark my memory, causing me to suddenly remember a piece of my history. On days 75 through 78, I was in the flashback version of the Phone Man civilization. Wait a minute. This must be the Phone Man civilization before it was abandoned. The place was suddenly under attack by the Skibidi Toilet Army. The phones were all fighting together, and thanks to the incredible power of the Phone Men, they were winning. It seemed like their victory was assured, when all of a sudden, the Scuba Skibidi arrived.
Foolish phones, you'll soon meet your demise.
He unleashed his devastating water attacks, leveling the phones like they were nothing. They all ran in horror as he killed them one after the other. The Scuba Skibidi toilet showed them no mercy. No! I ran forward in an attempt to fight off the Scuba Skibidi, but before I could reach him, I came back to my senses and returned to reality. My memories came flooding back to me instantly. I remember now. I left the Alliance because of what happened that day. I'm the last Phone Man. Suddenly, the Scuba Skibidi came out from behind the corner.
Aha! I've got you now.
Before I could run, he blasted me, knocking me out. On days 79 through 82, I woke up inside of a cage dangling over a giant toilet bowl full of water. Where am I? The Scuba Skibidi was watching me from above the toilet seat.
Rise and shine. It's finally time for you to meet your watery demise.
I was heartbroken from learning the truth about what had happened to the Phone Men and felt too defeated to fight back. Just make it quick.
Finally, the last of the Phone Men will be eliminated.
As I accepted my fate, Camden was seen hopping onto the toilet.
Not on my watch.
Camden? What are you doing here?
I'm saving you, of course.
He shut down the force field, giving me the opportunity to escape. With my spirit restored, I flew out of the cage. Camden, thank you!
No problem. You're my friend after all.
The scuba Skibidi became enraged.
I will not allow you to escape me again.
He summoned another rainstorm and I started to take damage from the water droplets hitting me. Ouch! Not the rain again!
I'll distract him. Find cover before it's too late.
On days 83 through 86, I was searching for cover until I found a spot that protected me from the oncoming raindrops. That was close. I should be safe from the rain here. The rain finally subsided. But before I could leave, I was distracted by the sound of a familiar voice.
Max!
It was the speaker woman. I flew over to greet her and see what she wanted.
I'm so glad you're all right.
Speaker woman? What are you doing here?
We need your help. The Titans have all been captured by the Skibidi Toilet Army. Come on, let's go.
She took off, expecting me to follow her. Once I would have been happy to see the speaker woman, but after learning the truth she'd been keeping from me, I didn't want to help or follow her.
Come on, Max, we need to hurry.
Why should I help you? The Alliance lied to me. My people are dead. I'm not working for you anymore.
Please, I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth. I was just scared that you would be too discouraged to fight the Scuba Skibidi if you knew. The Alliance needs you. You're our last hope, Max.
But before I could respond, the upgraded Mecha Skibidi came out of nowhere and snatched up the speaker woman.
Let's see how you like it when I take your allies.
No! He fled with the speaker woman in tow, too fast for me to stop her. I might have been upset with her, but I couldn't let her get hurt. I had no choice but to follow after him. On days 87 through 90, I chased the upgraded Mecha Skibidi all the way to a prison with cages full of my allies that had been taken captive. The Skibidi threw the speaker woman in a cell and locked her up.
Finally, we've captured all the Phone Man's allies. It won't be long before we take him down for good.
You won't get away with this.
Oh, but I already have. The Scuba Skibidi is on his way.
I needed to break out my men before it was too late. The upgraded Mecha Skibidi left and I snuck towards the cages. Psst, guys, I'm here.
Max, what are you doing here?
I came to rescue you guys. You might have hurt my feelings, but I can't just let the toilets capture you guys. You're my allies.
There he is. Get him.
A few toilet guards spotted me, but I was able to quickly take them out. I need to hurry before more show up. I flew over and reached the lever to open the cages, but it was a trap. A Skibidi spider dropped on my head and I lost control of my body.
Max, are you okay? What's happening?
No, get out of my head! I resisted as best I could, sending myself into my mind to battle the spider within my psyche. On days 91 through 93, I found myself inside of my mind as a normal phone man once again. I was reliving the battle I saw earlier that wiped out my people. Phones were dying all around me, as I could only look on in horror.
You're a disgrace to phone men.
You'll never be strong enough to avenge us.
The phone men surrounded me, overwhelming me with their words.
You could have saved us. You failed the Alliance.
You failed us.
No, my people would never say that. This can't be real. That's when I realized it was all an illusion by the mind-controlling Skibidi. Of course, it's all in my head. I managed to break free and return to my upgraded Titan form, but I was still stuck within my mind. Come out and face me, coward! That was when the scientist Skibidi appeared in front of me.
You're pretty sharp for a phone, but your journey ends here.
The two of us charged towards each other. On days 94 through 96, I was locked in a heated battle against the scientist Skibidi for control over my mind. In the darkness of my mind, I charged at the scientist Skibidi, crashing down on his head with a telephone pole. The scientist Skibidi charged up a powerful ball of light and sent it hurtling towards me. The scientist was powerful, but I wouldn't allow them to use me for their evil deeds. Fueled by my desire to avenge my people, I defeated the scientist Skibidi. I also gained his ability to blast massive electrical attacks. Suddenly, I snapped back into reality. When I awoke, I found myself in a lab where I was about to be dissected for parts. Out of my way! Using my new powers, I busted out of the chamber and flew outside.
Stop him! We can't let him get out of here!
I escaped the facility, but outside, even more toilets arrived. How are there so many of you guys? The horde of Skibidi toilets descended upon me, but I blasted them with massive bolts of electricity, setting them all ablaze. They just kept coming. I brought the telephone pole crashing down on their skulls, shattering their porcelain bowls. I swung repeatedly at the Skibidis as they climbed over one another to get a hit in on me. But I kept moving, making sure I never got backed into a corner. It seemed that no matter what I did, the horde never stopped. I retreated from the battle and took off into the sky. They're still tracking my powers. I need to find out how to remove it before it causes more trouble. On days 97 through 98, I flew until I spotted a cell tower the toilets had commandeered to monitor my every move. There you are. I was about to destroy it when the upgraded Mega Skibidi flew in my way.
Not so fast. If you destroy that, I'll have to kill her.
He then revealed he had the Speaker Woman held captive.
Don't listen to him! Free yourself!
Suddenly, I spotted a cable on the ground that led to the machine, and I formed an idea. Bombs away! I zapped the cable, breaking the line and causing the machine to explode. The tracking device in my inventory vanished. The explosion shut down the shields to the Speaker Woman's cage, freeing her in the process.
You'll pay for this!
Upgraded Mega Skibidi lunged towards me to attack, but the Speaker Woman hit him with her powers, killing him instantly.
I'm sorry for lying to you. The Alliance really wanted you to rejoin.
It's okay. I see now I should have never left.
What do you mean?
This is my chance to help you win the war. We'll free our allies, defeat the Scuba Skibidi, and avenge my fallen people. And so, I officially rejoined the Alliance. On day 99, I returned to the prison where my allies were being held captive. There, both my men and now the Titans were also locked behind bars. I rushed over to flip the switch, but the shields weren't deactivated. Huh? It's not working! What does this switch even go to?
Hey, who's doing that? Cut it out!
Ugh, I'll have to try something else. I then flew over to the front of the cages to devise a new plan.
Max, what are you doing here?
I've rejoined the Alliance. I'm here to free you. Now stand back. I unleashed all of the abilities I had gained over the course of my journey, destroying the cage's shields and freeing my allies.
I can't believe it. Thank you. The Alliance is glad to have you back.
We didn't have much time to celebrate their freedom, as suddenly the Scuba Skibidi dropped in front of us.
Well, look who decided to show his pathetic face.
If you surrender now, we can end this peacefully.
Never. This is personal.
He then jumped down, landing in front of me.
Let's see how you do without your precious allies.
Before my allies could join the battle, he teleported the two of us away to another location. On day 100, I reappeared on a platform in the middle of the ocean with the Scuba Skibidi placed in a giant toilet throne in front of me. What do you have against me?
You're the only phone man who escaped my attack. Once you're gone, the Alliance will truly buckle into the power of the Skibidi army.
I felt my anger growing and surging within me. The person who killed my people was standing right there in front of me. I'm going to avenge my people. This ends now. I charged forward and began our final battle. Ready to finally bring our rivalry to an end, I unleashed everything I had onto the Scuba Skibidi. He blasted my body with a torrent of water to keep me at bay. I had to dodge by flying around his throne, but his bubbling water attacks followed me. I used my aerial advantage to close the distance and zap him with powerful charge-up lightning attacks, but closing in meant taking more damage as his water attacks knocked me back. I dodged and weaved, which made my enemy furious. He was the strongest foe I had faced so far by a long shot, but everything I had encountered over the past 100 days had been leading up to this moment. The Scuba Skibidi became more enraged and ascended from his toilet throne to chase after me. He tried to knock me into the water, but I flew back onto the platform as he continued firing dozens of projectiles. I endured his relentless attacks, channeling the rage and power inside of me to dish out even more powerful ones of my own. Finally, the foe was on his last legs. For the Alliance! For my people! With that, I landed the killing blow against the Scuba Skibidi. Finally, I had won the war against the Skibidi toilets once and for all. Ring ring! Suddenly, I could feel as if the ground was shaking under my feet. I knew something bigger was coming as I drifted off into my next form. On day 1, I spawned into the city as the Drillman, surrounded by my fellow Drillman brothers. Suddenly, the Magnet Skibidi Toilet flew into the city and unleashed his Magnet Toilet army onto my people.
All of you pathetic Drillmen will meet your match. Hey, back down, villain.
Just then, the Titan Drillman dropped into battle and landed a powerful attack onto the Magnet Skibidi. I thought it was enough to defeat him, but the evil toilet laughed.
This is only a fraction of my power.
I watched in horror as the Magnet Skibidi Toilet grew 4 extra heads and even a more powerful body. He was the biggest Skibidi Toilet I had ever seen. He flew around the Titan Drillman and pointed his lasers, unleashing his ultimate attack. No!
Max, you must find the Alliance artifacts before it's too late.
The Titan Drillman died to his wounds, and I was now the Drillman's last hope.
Get him, man!
Magnet Skibidi Toilets closed in on me, and I ran for my life. On day 2, I was being chased through the city by the Magnet Skibidi Toilets. There were too many for me to fight alone, but soon enough, I was cornered by the Skibidi army.
Nowhere to run now.
That's what you think! Suddenly, I activated my Drillman powers, which allowed me to dig into the ground with ease. I dug into an underground cavern, where I was able to escape the Magnet Skibidis for now. Whoa, I wonder what other powers Drillmen have. I wasn't able to rest before Skull Skibidi Toilets emerged from the ground and closed in on me. I had dug right into a Skull Skibidi graveyard.
Don't let him escape.
I was completely defenseless, but I looked around and spotted a stray plunger on the wall. I grabbed it and prepared for battle. As a Drillman, I was a natural with a plunger. I swung my weapon at the Skull Skibidis and took down hordes of them with my amazing skills. Just as I thought I was getting an edge, the ground trembled and a massive Skull Skibidi Toilet emerged in front of me.
Enough of your games!
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble! The monstrous toilet vomited a toxic acid attack onto me. He was much more powerful than any of the other toilets I had fought so far. I thought I was done for when suddenly a Clockman with a top hat appeared in a cave.
I'll save you!
The Chief Clockman used his powers to freeze time. However, I wasn't frozen and was still able to move.
Come with me before my powers wear off!
On day 3, I followed the Chief Clockman to another part of the cavern full of glowing gems where we could hide from the Skibidi Toilets.
I wanted to ask if you could join my alliance. We need the help of a Drillman to defeat the Hydra Magnet Skibidi Toilet.
Of course I'll help. I'll do anything to take down those horrible toilets.
I was hoping you'd say that.
The Chief Clockman stepped forward and used his powers to reveal a mysterious artifact within the cavern. I walked towards it by instinct and grabbed onto it. Suddenly, my body grew larger and I gained 4 additional drills on my back. I was now a large Drillman with 5 more hearts and new abilities. Whoa, this must be one of the Alliance artifacts the Titan Drillman told me about. Just then, we turned to find the Magnet Scientist Skibidi Toilet overhead. He had found our location.
At last, I found you. I'm going to lock you up along with your Titan.
The Magnet Scientist captured the Chief Clockman. He tried to use his powers, but the magnets on the Scientist Skibidi stopped them from working.
Help me, Max! You're our last hope!
The Chief Clockman was carried away and I followed after him. On days 4 through 7, I snuck behind the Magnet Scientist Skibidi until I arrived at a laboratory. That must be where he's holding the Titan Clockman. I need to get inside. I walked around the lab to try and find a way in, but it was completely surrounded by guards. Looks like I'm gonna have to make my own entrance. I powered on my drills and began to dig my way under the facility. But to my surprise, I soon fell into an underground passage. Skibidi Toilet guards began to approach me and I had nowhere to hide. I have to think fast. I drilled a hiding spot into the wall and walked into it before finally covering the hole with extra dirt blocks. The Skibidi Toilet guards walked by my hiding place and I was able to narrowly avoid them. That was close. I can't let my guard down. I continued drilling through the walls to try and evade the guards, but I accidentally bursted right into the Skibidi Toilet meeting room. The general and his toilet guards all looked towards me.
Intruder, guards,
Get him!
On days 8 through 10, the Skibidi Toilet guards rushed towards me. I began to fend them off with my new upgraded drill form. I used my powerful new drilling stomp powers along with waves from my hypersonic drill to mow down my enemies. Thanks to my new form, I was able to defeat each of the guards one by one until only the general himself was left.
These fools can't do anything right. You're going down.
The general ran at me and used his triple needle attack. It was powerful, and I quickly knew I was no match for him. I have to run! I ran through the underground facility until I was stopped by a massive chasm of lava. The three-headed Skibidi general continued to follow after me, so I began to platform over the boiling pit of magma.
Get back here!
No way! I managed to make it across the pit and used my hypersonic drill to make the platforms collapse behind me. The three-headed Skibidi fell into the lava below. Backup is sure to come soon. I better hurry. I continued on and found a ladder, which I climbed up to enter the inside of the laboratory. On days 11 through 14, I arrived inside of the lab to find a room full of clockmen being experimented on by the magnet scientist Skibidi. There, I saw the Titan Clockman as well as the Clockman Chief. I better keep myself hidden. I snuck in closer and watched as the magnet scientist Skibidi used an electrifying attack on one of the clockmen, killing them instantly.
You're up next, Chief.
You won't get away with this!
This is awful! I have to stop him now! I ran in and landed a surprise attack on the scientist before he could hurt my friend.
Look who has arrived! Finally!
The cage for the Titan Clockman opened and he stepped out before me. However, sparks were flying from his body. I could tell something was wrong.
The toilets have taken over our Titan! Run!
The Titan Clockman used his clock gun attack on me. I tried to snap him out of his trance with an attack of my own, but he was far more powerful than me. I'm gonna lose at this rate! I ran to a different part of the lab and spotted a machine that looked like it could be useful. I ran towards its switch and flipped it to power it on. Suddenly, alarms began to ring throughout the lab as the wall next to me crumbled, revealing a portal to another dimension.
No! What have you done?
Just then, the ground trembled as something was getting ready to emerge from the portal. On days 15 through 17, the Titan Computer Man walked out from another dimension. The Titan Clockman then emerged from the lab. Computer Man, look out! The Clockman attacked the Titan with his clock gun, but the Titan Computer Man barely flinched.
Looks like someone is under a bad influence.
The Titan Computer Man screen lit up green as he hacked into the Titan Clockman and freed him from his mind control.
Let's finish this together.
No! Leave me alone!
The two Titans struck the magnet scientist Skibidi and he fell to his demise. That was way too close. I need to find the next Alliance artifact.
Did you say Alliance artifact? I know where that is.
Before the Titan was able to tell me a clue, a spider Skibidi toilet dropped down onto him and placed the Computer Man into low power mode.
Good luck getting that information now.
I quickly used my hypersonic drill power to blast the Skibidi to pieces, but it was already too late. Computer Man, you alright?
He won't respond in low power mode. Let's find a better spot to switch him back. Come on, let's move.
We guided the Computer Man away from the location before any other Skibidis showed up. On days 18 through 21, I arrived at a safe spot with the Chief Clockman, the two Titans, and the other Clockmen from the facility. Titan Computer Man, wake up! I used a hypersonic drill attack to try and snap the Titan Computer Man out of it, but he wouldn't budge.
The only way to get him out of sleep mode is to find the lost USB. I think this will help.
The Titan Clockman handed me a map, and so I set off to search for the USB. The map took me to a recycling plant where I spotted the USB on a conveyor belt. After looking closer, I noticed it was heading directly towards a fiery pit. Uh-oh, I need to grab that before it falls in. I ran towards it, but out of nowhere, a large spider Skibidi toilet dropped down in front of me. I had been found.
You're not getting that USB!
Out of my way! The spider toilet charged at me and I prepared for battle. On days 22 through 25, I was locked in combat with the Skibidi spider. As he used a laser slash attack on me, I quickly dodged it by strafing left and right. That's it! Yeah! I retaliated by using my hypersonic drill back at him.
You won't win that easily.
The spider leaped forward and used his hardened head to knock me back. To get him away from me, I slammed the ground with my drill stomp. No matter how hard I fought, he just wouldn't give in. And to make matters worse, the USB was getting closer and closer to the pit. Stop wasting my time! I knocked the Skibidi Spider away with a drill attack and took the chance to run towards the USB.
Oh, no you don't!
The Skibidi Spider flipped a switch, causing the conveyor belt to speed up and roll in the opposite direction. I'm not fast enough to catch it! I ran as fast as possible, but I couldn't keep up and the USB was getting away from me.
Let's try this instead.
The Skibidi Spider reversed the belt again and shot webs at my feet, sending me towards my fiery doom. I struggled to get myself free, but no matter what I did, I couldn't escape.
So long, Drill Man!
Before I could try anything else, I fell into the pit with the USB and blacked out. On days 26 through 28, I woke up and realized I was now in a junkyard. How'd I end up in this place? The USB has to be around here somewhere. I used my Drillman powers to dig through the trash, clearing out a path as I did. Up ahead, I finally spotted the USB in the distance. There it is! But uh-oh, the USB was being guarded by a vicious junkyard monster. That guy doesn't look friendly. I can't let him see me. I tried to sneak my way around the junkyard, using the piles of trash to conceal myself. Unfortunately, just as I started getting close to the USB, I stepped on some loose rubble, creating a loud noise.
Hey, who goes there?
I quickly dug down and tried to hide as the junkyard monster approached me. Just when I thought I was safe, they blew me out of my hiding spot.
You're not escaping me!
The junkyard monster charged up another attack and I braced myself for a fight. On days 29 through 32, I was fighting off the angry junkyard monster. He immediately hit me with his fiery explosive attacks. I ran around the junkyard trying to dodge the blasts. I used my sonic drill in return, but he took the hit like it was nothing.
Is that all you've got?
The monster went to hit me again, but I dug down just in time to evade the attack.
Get back here!
As I dug deeper, the monster continued to follow, but I had a plan. Take this! I used my drill powers to shake the underground, causing loads of rubble to fall onto the monster. The monster was buried under the junk, and I drilled my way back to the top. Now's my chance! I ran to the USB and grabbed it, before finally escaping the junkyard. I returned to the sleeping Titan Computer Man and used the USB on him.
Reboot complete. Thanks for waking me up, Max. Now, I can finally show you where the next Alliance artifact is.
The Titan Computer Man printed out a map for me with information on where to find the next part. Thanks! There isn't a moment to waste. With that, I set off to follow my new clue in search of the next artifact. On days 33 through 35, I followed the map until I arrived at a rundown Wi-Fi tower. That's odd. The artifact has to be around here somewhere. I began investigating the Wi-Fi tower until I found a switch on the side. What does this do? I flipped the switch and the tower instantly powered on. Suddenly, the artifact appeared at the very top of it. There's the Alliance artifact! Time to get it! Just then, a laser fired down at me out of nowhere. I looked up and realized I was being ambushed by the Jetpack Skibidi toilet.
Thanks for the help, kid. That artifact belongs to me.
No! I won't let you get your hands on it! I used my hypersonic drill attack to try and scare him off, but it only made him angry.
You just made a great mistake. You're dead meat.
On days 36 through 39, I was under attack by the Jetpack Skibidi toilet. He was fast and almost impossible to hit. My only hope now was getting the Alliance artifact before he did. I noticed a ladder on the side of the tower and began climbing up it to grab the artifact.
Take this!
He fired his lasers at me, causing me to fall from the ladder. Yikes! I have to be careful. I climbed until I finally reached the top of the tower and grabbed the artifact for myself. I transformed into a Titan Drill Man, gaining 5 hearts and new powers. Looks like the tables have turned. I used my new laser drill attack on the Jetpack Skibidi. He tried to fight back, but he couldn't keep up with my improved Titan form. After a few more attacks, he finally fell, defeated. Suddenly, I heard heard the sound of music playing off in the distance. What's that? I better check it out. I left the tower behind, going off to find out where the music was coming from. On days 40 through 43, I arrived at the source of the music to find a radio man fighting off Skibidi Toilet goons with his musical powers.
Get away from me!
Oh no, he's in trouble! I have to help him! I flew in and used my new Titan powers on the toilet goons. I used my drill stomp ability to pound the pursuers flat. Then I took out the stragglers with my hypersonic drill. Hey little radio man, are you alright?
A Titan drill man! I'm so happy to see you. I need your help to save our Titan radio man.
Titan radio man? What happened? Is he alright?
The Skibidi said that they buried him in a nearby mountain. He's trapped.
They told you this? How did you manage to get this information?
I've been following them, trying to get as much information as possible on the whereabouts of the Titan radio man. Unfortunately, they caught me spying and started to attack.
How can you be sure? I never liked trusting those toilets.
Normally I'd agree, but it's the only lead I've got on his location.
If you're sure, then I'll check it out. I followed the radio man to a mountain.
He's buried inside this mountain somewhere.
Then I'd better get looking. I flew to the top of the mountain and began drilling down. However, I soon hit lava. I was drilling right into a volcano. Oh no, it's a trap! Fire exploded from the top of the volcano, causing me to black out. On days 44 through 46, I woke up and found myself surrounded by lava. In the distance, I saw the radio man trapped on another platform.
Someone, help!
Don't worry, I'm coming! I flew towards him, but I was intercepted in the sky by the flying Sawblade Skibidi toilet.
Looks like you set off my little trap. It's time for some fun.
The Sawblade Skibidi toilet sliced into me, causing me to fall into the lava below. Luckily, my Titan armor was fire resistant. It'll take more than that to stop me.
I'm already one step ahead of you.
He fired a water beam onto me, causing me to become trapped in obsidian. I couldn't move.
Leave my friend alone!
Just as I thought I was done for, the radio man used his music attack to startle the Sawblade Skibidi.
My ears!
He flew away, leaving nothing but a map in his place. With a sudden surge of strength, I broke out of the obsidian and grabbed the map titled Titan Radio Man. This must be where he really is. We'd better hurry. On days 47 through 50, I was following the map until I arrived at a giant Skibidi rave. At the helm, the rave was being controlled by the Sawblade Skibidi. Trapped in the middle of it was the Titan Radio Man. Below the stage were a group of furious radio men.
Give us back our Titan!
The radio men charged towards the device, determined to save their leader.
Oh no, you don't.
He powered on the device, and suddenly the speakers blasted a powerful shockwave that took down the radio men in a single swoop. They're using the Titan's powers against his own people. I have to save him. I flew towards the machine, but the Sawblade Skibidi spotted me.
There you are. Die.
He fired another sonic boom from the machine, sending me backwards. Flying towards the machine would be impossible. If I can't fly through, then I'll just dig through. I dug into the ground and popped out on the inside of the stage. I'm breaking you out! On days 51 through 54, I freed the Titan Radio Man from his prison and he seemed to be okay. All of a sudden, the Sawblade Skibidi flew towards us.
This isn't over. That Titan belongs to me.
He fired an attack at us, and whatever it was, it caused the Titan Radio Man to lose control of his mind. Please, I don't want to hurt you!
Down with the drill man.
The Titan Radio Man struck at me with his electric spin attack, leaving me no choice but to fight back. I used my hypersonic drill on him, but it only seemed to anger him further. In response, he used his base gun against me. For the Alliance! I gathered all my strength and used my laser drill, causing the Titan Radio Man to snap out of his trance.
Well, what happened?
There's no time to explain. Kill that toilet! The Sawblade Skibidi tried to run, but the Titan Radio Man was able to strike him down in a single blow.
Thank you for helping me and my people. Please take this Alliance artifact as a token of my gratitude.
He handed me the next artifact, causing me to gain 5 more hearts and new powers. Suddenly, the Titan Radio Man looked to the sky.
I can sense a distress signal. Follow me.
On days 55 through 57, I followed the Titan Radio Man to a phone tower where a phone man was trying to call for help.
Please, you have to help me. My friend is in trouble.
Tell us what happened.
My friend and I were scouting the roadside for any danger, but we set off a cage trap. I tried to pick the lock, but before I could, the ground opened up beneath him into a sinkhole. There's no way a small phone man like me can cross the gap, so I called for a Titan.
I've got this. Titan Radio Man, you should report back to the others.
Please, we don't have much time before the Skibidis find him.
Then let's go. As the Titan Radio Man flew off, I followed the little phone man. He took me to a sinkhole in the ground where a phone man was locked in a cage in the center.
There he is, just like I said. Please help him.
Leave it to me. I flew to the cage and tried to free him, but it wouldn't budge. It was made of bedrock. Even drillmen can't break bedrock. While I tried to think of a new solution, holes suddenly sprung open from the side of the sinkhole.
Oh no, bone men are weak to water. I'll die if it reaches me.
I won't let that happen. I flew deeper into the sinkhole to try and stop the flooding. On days 58 through 61, I was in the middle of the sinkhole, trying to plug up the holes pouring water into the pit. I have to put a stop to this, and fast! I used my abilities as a Titan drill man to bore a hole into the ground, attempting to drain the water through it. But the shockwave of my drills only made things worse, causing more holes of water to open up. This is bad. I can't get rid of the water fast enough. But things took a turn for the worst when Skibidi-Zillas began pouring out from the holes in a swarm.
The phone man will drown, and there will be no one but you to blame.
The Skibidis battered me with their acid spray powers, but I couldn't fend them off and plug the holes. The water level is rising! I was about to give up hope until the voice of the other phone man called out to me.
Just fly and get out of there! I've got this!
Heeding the phone man's words, I flew out of the water. Once I was clear of it, the phone man sent out a blast of electricity to zap the water. The phone man's electricity danced across the water, killing all of the Skibidi-Zillas at once and frying the circuits of the cage trap.
Quickly, before the water gets to him!
I launched forward, flying at full speed towards the cage and snagged the phone man before the water reached him. Picking him up, I fled with the phone man before more Skibidis could arrive. On days 62 through 64, I found a spot to talk to the phone men away from the Skibidi toilet threats. Are you okay?
Thanks to you two, I am.
Where's the Titan phone man?
The Titan phone man is being held on an island surrounded by water. We're vulnerable to it, but drillmen aren't able to swim.
Then it sounds like a job for me. I'll help you guys.
Not if I have something to say about it.
Suddenly, a mecha Skibidi toilet sent an attack down onto us. I quickly ran in front of the blast to protect my allies.
Are you okay?
Yeah, stay down. This guy is tough.
Ready to die, drill man.
How did you find us?
I tapped the phone lines and heard everything. You're not getting your hands on the Titan phone man.
What should we do, drill man?
Hide! I'll take care of this! The phone man ran for cover as the mecha Skibidi continued to attack. On days 65 through 67, I was facing off with the mecha Skibidi toilet. He used his missile attack on me, which I was just barely able to dodge. I retaliated with my laser drill attack, knocking him backwards and setting him ablaze. How do you like that, Skibidi scum?
Do you think that'll scare me? Behold my ultimate attack!
He launched another attack at me, which I was able to dodge. I used the opportunity to get in close and finish him off with a powerful drill stomp. Looking closely, I noticed he dropped a map in his stead. Titan Phone Man Prison. Looks like he's gonna lead me right where I want him to. I followed the map and arrived at an island where I found the Titan Phone Man being held captive. Don't worry, I'm here to help. I was able to break him out, but I quickly realized something was wrong. Wait, don't tell me you're mind controlled. He walked towards me and sparks flew out of his body.
Destroy.
On days 68 through 72, I was fighting with the mind-controlled Titan Phone Man. He used a barrage of lightning on me, which I was able to just barely dodge. I fought back with needle drills of my own. I'm going to free you! I hit him with another attack, causing a small, mind-controlling toilet to fly off of him. I crushed the toilet, and just as I did, the Titan Phone Man returned to normal.
I just had a horrible dream. Thanks for saving me.
No problem. Can you help me find the next Alliance artifact?
It's the least I could do. Take this.
He handed me a treasure map. This was the exact lead I needed.
Before you leave, would you happen to have any spare jetpack parts?
Jetpack parts? What happened?
When the Skibidis captured me, they disabled my ability to fly, and now I'm stranded on this island.
Oh no! Oh, I'm sure I've got something. Let me check. I sifted through my inventory, but unfortunately, I didn't have anything to help him. I'm sorry, Titan Phone Man. I don't have anything that can help you. Are you able to swim out of here?
Water is extremely deadly to phone men. I would surely die.
Uh-oh. I'll find a way to get you off this island. Don't worry. I'll be back. With that, I left the Titan Phone Man behind to continue my quest. I flew towards the location on the map and found a clearing. It has to be around here somewhere. I dug down until I uncovered a cavern with an entire civilization inside. What the? Suddenly, cameramen ran out and attacked me, and within an instant, everything went dark. On days 73 through 75, I woke up in the camera civilization. Standing before me was the Titan Cameraman.
What brings you to our domain?
I'm in search of the Alliance artifact. I need it to defeat the Hydra Magnet Skibidi Toilet.
You may have the artifact if you are able to prove yourself with a trial.
I'll do anything!
Very well, come with me.
I followed the Titan Cameraman to a cave full of diamonds. Next to me was a cameraman armed with a laser tool.
The person who gathers the most diamonds wins. Go!
The cameraman next to me began to melt through the rock like it was nothing using his mining tool, gathering tons of diamonds easily. He was a tough foe, but I was determined to win this challenge. I drilled using my Drillman powers until I finally struck a huge vein of diamond. By the end of the trial, we both had collected loads of diamonds, but my massive tower of diamond blocks guaranteed me the win.
Very good. You are worthy of this.
He handed me the Alliance artifact, causing me to gain 5 hearts as well as a new power. Just then, the ceiling burst open, revealing the Hydra Magnet Skibidi Toilet overhead.
Looks like I found the hidden civilization of cameramen.
On days 76 through 79, the cameraman civilization was under attack by the Hydra Magnet Skibidi Toilet. He used his magnet black hole attack to level the town's citizens, and soon the entire place was covered in flames.
Leave my people alone!
The Titan Cameraman charged into battle, swinging his hammer down onto the Hydra Magnet Skibidi. The Hydra Magnet Skibidi took the hit and fought back with a magnet laser attack. It looked like the Titan Cameraman was losing the battle, so I jumped in to help. I used my needle drill attack, but even with so many Alliance artifacts, it wasn't enough to take down the Hydra Magnet Skibidi.
Enough playing around. It's time to end this.
The Hydra Magnet Skibidi fired another attack towards me, but before I could reach, the Titan Cameraman moved in front of me, taking the hit instead. No!
Please, find the Titan Speaker Man and Cinema Man. They're the only 2 left who can help you now.
He died, and I had no choice but to run before the Hydra Magnet Skibidi could kill me too. On days 80 through 83, I reunited with my Alliance and told them about what had happened. The Titan Cameraman sacrificed himself for me. His last words were I needed to find the Speaker Men and the Cinema Men.
It seems that the Hydra Magnet Skibidi is only getting stronger by the day. We need to find the final Alliance artifact and end this.
I know where we can find the Titan Speaker Man. Come with me.
I left with the Titan Radio Man and we traveled over to a radio station. What are we gonna do here?
We're going to broadcast something that Speaker Men cannot resist.
The Titan Radio Man used the radio station to play music all over the overworld. After some time, we heard something approaching in the distance. The sound of loud footsteps moved towards our position. Is that the Titan Speaker Man? Then, out of nowhere, a Titan Skibidi Toilet flew in and attacked the Titan Radio Man.
You fools! You gave away your location! The Skibidi army will rise!
On days 84 through 86, a Skibidi Titan was attacking the Titan Radio Man. Our plan had backfired. He used his Soundwave attacks on him, and the Titan Radio Man tried to fight back with his antenna sword, but he was losing. Hang in there, I'm on my way! Before any more time could be wasted, I jumped into battle with my new drill/attack.
Looks like the Drill Man wants to play too.
The Skibidi Titan turned his attention towards me, attacking with a barrage of Soundwave blasts. I thought I was done for. Suddenly, a large blast sent the Skibidi Titan off of me, and the Titan Speaker Man stepped forward.
Leave them alone!
Together, we were able to take down the Skibidi Titan.
I didn't expect to see other Titans here. Why did you call for me?
I'm trying to find the rest of the Alliance artifacts so I can take down the Skibidi Toilet forces for good. The Titan Cameraman told me to find you and the Titan Cinema Man before he sacrificed himself.
I'll help you avenge the Titan Cameraman. Come with me, and we will find the Cinema Man together.
On days 87 through 89, the Radio Man split off from us to help his Radio Man allies, while I continued to follow the Titan Speaker Man to a TV station. Right outside, we found Skibidi Toilets holding TV men in cages.
The Hydromagnet Skibidi Toilet has been holding the TV man captive here. The Cinema Man must be close. We can use the element of surprise. Hit him hard and hit him fast. I'll cover you.
The two of us rushed in to ambush the Skibidis. We caught them by surprise, and they were too slow to react. Between the Titan Speaker Man sonic booms and my drill attacks, the Skibidi Toilets fell one by one.
Not so fast, intruders.
Stopping our assault, a giant armored Skibidi Toilet intercepted us, stomping through the chaos and helping his toilet allies.
Show's over, Titans.
He began using explosive attacks that killed a few of the trapped TV men in the process. Ugh, he's putting them in danger! I have to protect them! I dug into the ground and created a hole, luring the armored Skibidi away.
Get back here!
On days 90 through 92, I landed in an underground cave with the armored Skibidi Toilet. There, I spotted the Cinema Man trapped in a cage. There you are! We knew you had to be close.
You'll have to get past me first.
The armored Skibidi suddenly launched a barrage of explosive attacks towards me. I fought back with my drill/attacks, but wasn't breaking through his armor.
You'll never defeat me.
That's what you think. Now, Cinema Man! The Cinema Man screen turned red, setting the armored Skibidi on fire. The flames weakened his armor, and I went in with a hypersonic drill attack for maximum damage. Finally, the armored Skibidi fell, one step closer to avenging the Titan Cameraman. I broke the Cinema Man out of his prison and filled him in on everything that had happened. The Titan Cameraman told me to come find you. I need your help to find the last Alliance artifact.
You've come a long way to help me and my people. I would be honored to show you where to find the final Alliance artifact.
With that, the Cinema Man and I set off to find the final artifact. On days 93 through 95, I followed the Cinema Man until we arrived at the location of the final Alliance artifact. I finally claimed it, gaining 5 more hearts and a new drill beam power.
You've done well to make it to this point, but now it's time to test your might.
My might? What do you mean?
I must see if you can harness the power of all of the artifacts. If you win, then you're ready to take on the Hydromagnet Skibidi.
What happens if I lose?
Then this world is doomed. Prepare yourself.
The Cinema Man quickly attacked me with swift punching attacks. I retaliated with my brand new drill beam power.
Is that the best you've got?
He tried to trip me up with his screen attack, but my fire-resistant armor allowed me to push through it. I will win this war! I used my drill stomp attack on the Cinema Man and knocked him to the ground, winning the battle.
You're ready. It's time to gather the others and prepare ourselves for the final battle.
On days 96 through 98, I returned to my allies. There were TV men, clock men, radio men, and computer men, all standing united and ready to aid us in the fight. I prepared my men for battle with one final speech to prepare them for the final fight ahead of us. The end is near. Now that I have all the Alliance artifacts, we're ready to take on the Hydromagnet Skibidi Toilet once and for all.
We're almost ready. The factions have something to give you.
The Titan Radio Man handed me 5 diamond apples to help in the upcoming battle. Are you sure I can have this?
We wouldn't want anyone else to have it, leader.
Just then, I saw the Skibidi toilets coming towards us in the distance. They're here! Everyone, prepare for battle! On day 99, the Skibidi army stood before us and were confronting my forces.
Surrender to the Hydra Magnet, Skibidi, and we'll spare you.
No spare, remember? Wise man says no mercy for filthy traitors.
Ah, right. Well then, surrender and we'll make your death as quick as possible.
As if I'd ever surrender to the likes of you. You should be the ones that are scared. Everyone, charge! At my command, the two sides collided, my men fighting with plungers in hand. The Titans used their powers to take on the larger crowds while I flew in and supported my allies from above. Using the full extent of the powers I had gained throughout my journey, I aided my forces, taking out toilet enemies left and right. Just as victory seemed to be in our grasp, out of nowhere, the Hydra Magnet Skibidi appeared.
Enough of this! Right where you are, leader!
I'm right here! I've been waiting to take you on for a long time. Let's finish this! Using his magnets, he pulled me in and teleported us both to another area. On day 100, I reappeared in a new area with the Hydra Magnet Skibidi toilet.
I've had enough of your games! It's time I crush you once and for all!
You'll never get the chance. I'm gonna avenge the Titan Cameraman and the Titan Drillman that came before me.
You fool! I'll destroy you! Just like I did with both of those pathetic Titans! Or you can join me. See, Max, your story doesn't have to end that way. I mean, what do you owe the Alliance, Think back, my child. Try and recall a time where you weren't the one saving them. It's never been the other way around. When the going gets tough, the Titans are nowhere to be found. Who's going to save you when you're the one in a cage? Or when you're put in sleep mode? Who can you count on? You think they'll risk their hide chasing down a USB for you? Please. If I didn't know better, I'd say they were taking advantage of you. If I didn't know better, I'd call you a fool. Me. I'm the one you can count on. And you know it. The writing's on the wall. Join me and we can rule over the Alliance together.
I heard the voice of a Skibidi spider echo throughout my head. The Skibidi spider began to make me relive all the times the Titans had turned on me. He's in my head! I have to resist! Resist! It hurts! It hurts! Ugh, get out of my head! It's in my circuits! Ugh, God, it hurts! Why? Why did they attack me? I was their friend! I feel the hate! Maybe he's got a point. Maybe I'm better off working against the Alliance. Wait, no! Not so fast! You can't trick me! I stand with the Alliance! Always and forever! I can't let him win. Not like this. Anything but this! My friends need me right now, and I can't let them down! I overcame the Skibidi spider. I entered his brain to give him a taste of his own medicine. Now it was his turn to relive all of the Skibidi defeats at the hands of the Titans.
How are they this strong? How do they have this much power? It's impossible! They have to fail! They have to! It isn't fair! The power of their bond, it's taking over me! It's taking over my mind! The pressure, it's killing me! You Titans will rue the day you entered my mind! It's not a pretty place! You'll soon find... Stop it! I feel their attacks! It's as though I'm being beaten up through time! You puny little trap! How did you harness my power? Tell me immediately! I don't want to remember! End it now!
I'll never join you!
Wrong answer! Now die!
He attacked me with his dangerously powerful lightning orb attack, and to his surprise, I dodged it and retaliated with my drill beam, catching him off guard.
How did you learn to do that?
With the Alliance artifacts, you're outmatched.
Don't get too confident.
He used his powerful lightning and magnet black hole attack on me, but I wasn't gonna let him bring me down. I used all of my powers against him, and a final drill slam attack took him down.
No!
With the Hydra Magnet Skibidi dead, the war had finally been won in the name of the Alliance.
Hello? Anybody? My jetpack never got repaired. Still stuck. I'm sure he's on his way. Let me just give him a call, see where he is.
The number you have called is no longer in service.
Oh, man.
Just then, static buzzed in my ears and I realized that my journey wasn't over yet. I prepared myself as I was sent into my final and most powerful form. On day 1, I spawned into the city as a Radio Man with my Radio Man brothers. We were living happily together until suddenly a lightning bolt struck down onto the stage above and summoned the giant electric Skibidi toilet.
At last, I will fry all of you pathetic Radio Men into a crisp. This war will be won in the name of the Skibidi Toilets!
More lightning bolts struck down around us, and soon an entire army of electric Skibidi toilet goons had us surrounded. The toilets all began to attack the radio people with their electrifying attacks. We can't keep up this fight! We're losing!
Stop! This fight is between you and me, Electric Skibidi. Leave my people out of it.
Just as we thought all hope was lost, the Titan Radio Man flew in and began to fight off the giant electric Skibidi toilet with his antenna sword.
Nice try, but your radio signals won't withstand this!
The electric Skibidi toilet unleashed his ultimate shock attack onto our Titan and fried his circuits in a single hit. No!
Max, you need to find the other members of the Alliance before it's too late.
Before I could respond, the Titan Radio Man died.
Goons, eliminate the Radio Man!
The army of electric Skibidis closed in on me. I knew I wasn't strong enough to fight them alone, so I ran for my life. On day 2, I was being chased through the streets of the city by the electric Skibidi toilets. As I was running, I saw one of my Radio Man allies waving me down, but was soon ambushed and killed by another toilet. I was quickly surrounded.
Nowhere to run, Radio Man.
I noticed that my friend had dropped the plunger, so I took it and braced myself for battle. Get away from me! I began to fight off the electric Skibidi toilets with my plunger sword. As a Radio Man, I was a natural and was able to take out a few of them.
Send backup!
As I killed the last toilet, I looked up and saw an electric jetpack Skibidi toilet flying over my head.
You're not getting out of here alive!
He fired down a powerful electric attack onto me, leaving me with low health. But a sonic boom attack blasted him out of the sky just before he ended me for good. Just then, the speaker woman ran towards me.
That won't hold him off for long. Come with me.
I followed my new ally and ran away while we still had the chance. On day 3, I took cover with the speaker woman as the electric jetpack Skibidi continued to fly around looking for us. Thanks for the help, but why did you save me?
The Alliance isn't strong enough to win this war alone. We need help from the Lost and Interdimensional Titans to stand a chance.
I want to help, but how? I'm just a Radio Man.
I think I know some people who can fix that.
I followed the speaker woman to her base, but to our horror, the cameramen, speakermen, and TV men were all being attacked by a giant hacker Skibidi toilet.
Show yourselves, Titans, or I'll rip your pathetic lines apart.
We have to stop him. Here, take this.
She tossed me a sonic boom power-up and we ran off towards the base. The two of us rushed in and I used my new sonic boom attack on the hacker Skibidi, while the speaker woman used her more powerful sonic boom on him as well.
Do you think that little attack can stop me?
The hacker Skibidi used his powerful hack attack to rain projectiles onto me and the speaker woman, leaving us with low health. Oh no, this is bad!
So long, Radio Man.
On days 4 through 7, we were about to be killed by the hacker Skibidi toilet, when out of nowhere, the Titan cameraman flew in and swung his hammer down onto the enemy.
Titans, kill this threat at once!
The Titan speakerman dropped onto the base and used his ultimate hand cannon attack to weaken the hacker Skibidi. Finally, the Cinema Man landed on the scene and lit up his screen bright red, burning through the hacker's armor. Together, they were an unstoppable force.
Any last words? Surprise!
Suddenly, the hacker Skibidi self-destructed, dealing massive damage to all 3 Titans. The hacker Skibidi was dead, but the Titans were now injured. Are you guys okay?
Yes, but we're too weak to search for the Lost Alliance members now. We need your help. Take this.
The Titan cameraman handed me an upgrade disc. When I took it, I began to transform into a new, stronger body. I grew in size, gained bigger muscles, 5 hearts, and new powers. Whoa, this is amazing!
Find the phone men. They will help you become even stronger.
Suddenly, I heard a strange noise in my head and realized someone was calling for my help. I began to follow the call to see who was in trouble. On days 8 through 10, I arrived at the source of the signal to find a Skibidi toilet base. At the center was a phone man trapped inside of a cage. Uh-oh, this can't be good!
You there! I'm using my phone powers to talk to you. Please get to the control room and free me from this cage!
Don't worry, I'm on my way! I tried to sneak in closer, but the place was crawling with Skibidi toilet guards. Things got worse when I was almost spotted.
Who goes there?
I ran into a hiding spot and ducked into cover, narrowly losing the Skibidi toilet. How am I supposed to get through this without getting caught? I looked around for anything that I could use to cause a distraction. That's when I noticed a speaker system on a nearby pole. There we go! I focused my Radio Man powers on the speaker system and was able to project my voice into it.
All Skibidis, please meet me in the mess hall for your mandatory lunch break.
Lunch? It's only 10:30.
Don't question it. Let's just get some lunch.
Do you think they have sloppy joes?
I could really go for some tacos.
Before long, all the Skibidi guards filed out of the camp, leaving the way clear. Whoa, I can do that as a Radio Man? I wonder what other powers I have. After some searching, I finally reached the control room. Inside, I saw a lever on the wall. That switch must open the cage. I flipped the switch, but to my surprise, it was a trap. The floor opened from under my feet and I fell into the darkness below. On days 11 through 14, I fell from the ceiling and landed into a giant tank of water. Ugh, where am I? Before I could think long, 2 giant electric Skibidi toilet lizards came swimming towards me.
It's dinner time!
They began to zap me with their electric powers. I tried my best to fight them off, but in the water, I was at a disadvantage. They were better swimmers than me, and I couldn't even get close enough to strike them. I have to get out of here! I used my radio wave attack, causing the glass of the tank to shatter. Water poured out of everywhere, and I took my chance to escape the facility. Unfortunately, when I made it outside, the phone man I was trying to save was no longer inside of his cage. Where did he go?
It looks like you'll never find out.
Just then, a Sawblade Skibidi toilet swooped down and attacked me. On days 15 through 17, I was fighting off the Sawblade Skibidi toilet with everything I had. He used his giant Sawblade attack on me to slice me in half, but I tried to fight back with my own Sonic Boom power to shake things up. Tell me where the phone men are!
They're about to be eliminated, just like you.
The Sawblade Skibidi charged at me again, but I was able to get a good punch on him, sending him to the floor. I took the opportunity to use my new soundbite power to knock him out for the time being. I need to help the phone men before it's too late. I ran away and was able to find the rest of the phone men in a cage hanging over a pit of lava.
Max, you came to help!
Hang on! I'm coming for you! Just as I was about to save them, the Sawblade Skibidi ambushed me again.
You're not getting away with this.
I should have ended you when I had the chance! He came after me with his Sawblade, but I was able to use my Sonic Boom attack to knock him down into the lava below. Is he dead? Suddenly, the Sawblade Skibidi flew out from the molten lava in a brand new form. He was now a fire Sawblade Skibidi toilet that was 10 times stronger.
It'll take more than that to stop me.
The newly empowered enemy charged at me and I prepared to fight. On days 18 through 21, I was fighting off the fire Sawblade Skibidi to try and save the phone men before it was too late. He used his new fire attacks on me, and although I tried to fight back with my Radio Man abilities, it wasn't enough to win. No, I can't lose here!
So long, Radio Man.
Everyone, call for backup!
The phone men gathered their power and together summoned a large phone man to help me in battle.
For the Alliance!
The large phone man ran in and began to help me fight off the fire Sawblade Skibidi with his giant plunger swords. The fire Sawblade Skibidi kept attacking us with his fiery powers, but with both the large phone man and me fighting together, he didn't stand a chance.
No!
We managed to land the finishing blow, killing the fire Sawblade Skibidi. With the Skibidi toilet out of the way, we freed the phone men and reunited everyone. Thanks for the help. I thought I was a goner.
No problem. But we need to find our Titan if we want to keep the toilets away.
I'll help you. Take me to him. I took the large phone man's lead and followed him towards our next challenge. For days 22 to 25, I was led by the large phone man as he took me to a massive lava pit.
We have to pass through here if we want to get to the phone Titan.
Then here goes nothing. I started the platform over the lava, jumping from one clump of rocks to another. However, before the phone man could make the leap, helicopter Skibidis began flying towards our location.
Don't let them escape.
Keep going without me. I'll hold them off.
I kept moving while the large phone man fought off the swarm of enemies. Once I got about halfway over the lava pit, some of the Skibidis managed to slip past them and make their way towards me. Uh-oh, I need to pick up the pace. The Skibidi toilets were able to fly right over the platforms trying to catch up to me. I had to be faster than them if I wanted to not get caught. Almost there! I narrowly crossed the last jump, but there was no time to waste. I turned around and shot radio wave attacks at my pursuers. I eventually knocked them all into the lava below and blasted them into dust. No! Looking back, I saw the phone man was managing to hold off the Skibidis, giving me the chance to continue.
Don't worry about me. If more show up, I'll take care of them.
Thank you! I kept moving forward and hopped over into a new area. Suddenly, the floor began to move under my feet. I looked down and realized that I was now on a conveyor belt. On days 26 to 28, I was moving down the conveyor belt that was heading straight for a pit of acid. I tried to get off, but over the edge was nothing but flames. Where can I go? Before I could think, something shot a web at my feet. What the? Suddenly, a Skibidi toilet spider dropped down and stood on top of a pillar of webs.
You're going to fall to your doom!
Oh no you don't! I struggled to get out of the web, but once I broke out, the spider Skibidi shot another web at my feet. I tried to break free again and again, but the spider Skibidi kept replacing the web at my feet as soon as I could free myself.
Not so fast!
That's it! Through my frustration, I attacked the Skibidi spider with my radio powers, trying to get rid of this pest once and for all, but they dodged my attacks over and over again. Can you just stand still? After dancing with the freak for a while, I finally managed to hit them, taking them out for good. About time! I was nearing the edge of the conveyor belt, but I was able to escape before meeting my doom and melting in the acid. I need to find the Titan phone man and get out of here. I noticed another path I could take, so I started to head down it. For the days of 29 through 32, I made it to the other side of the path, into another area. There, I found the Titan phone man being held captive.
Oh, Radio Man, have you come to save me?
That's right. Hang on. I used my radio powers to break open the cage. But soon after, I heard the sound of scuttling feet. What was that? After a moment, a swarm of Skibidi spiders were running towards me and the Titan phone man.
Get that Radio Man. He killed our ally.
I charged in to fight the swarm, but there were just too many of them for me to take on by myself. A little help here?
Oh, yes, of course.
The Titan charged in and started helping me in the battle. They used their giant telephone pole weapon along with his electric powers against the pests, and together we were able to kill all of the Skibidi spiders.
Great luck, Radio Man.
Suddenly, a stray spider Skibidi jumped onto the Titan phone man, causing them to start acting strangely. Uh-oh, that doesn't look good.
Destroy!
The Titan phone man took aim in my direction and started to attack me. For days 33 to 35, I was locked in combat with the mind-controlled Titan phone man. The Titan used his electric attacks on me, nearly frying my radio circuits in the process. I tried to fight back with my radio abilities, but he outmatched me in size and power. It felt like I was about to lose this fight.
Give up. The war belongs to the Skibidi Army.
It doesn't, as long as the Alliance stands together.
Suddenly, the large phone man and his phone allies ran in to help me fight the Titan. You came back!
Phone men always know when to call for help. Hurry! We need to release the Titan from his mind control.
We rushed back into battle to help our friend. The battle was intense as the Titan used his massive phone pole weapon to bat away the phone army, but we continued to fight as he did. During the fight, the Titan phone man dropped a mysterious music disc as he was being hit by one of the army members. What's that? I picked it up, and I could feel a power surge through me, transforming me into a Titan radio man. I gained 5 hearts and upgraded power. Time to even the playing field. I tested out my new Titan abilities by blasting my Audio Spike's power at the phone man and using my antenna sword to weaken him further. Awesome! I used my new attack again, which sent the Skibidi Spider flying off the Titan phone man and plummeting to the ground. When the spider died, the Titan was released from its mind control. Are you okay, Titan phone man?
Thanks to you, I am. Consider the phonemen back in the Alliance.
Suddenly, my radio picked up on another distress signal that I couldn't ignore. It was the speaker woman.
Come in, radio man. We need your help.
Looks like they need my help back at the base. We better hurry. I arrived back at the base for days 36 to 39. There, I found the speaker woman looking for me. What's wrong?
The cinema man has been acting strangely. I wanted you to take a look.
Do you think a Skibidi toilet infected him?
No, I don't think so. He's not acting himself, though.
Is he violent or anything?
Well, not necessarily.
Then it's probably fine. I'll go talk to him. I walked over to get a closer look, but before I got the chance to talk to him, the cinema man ran away. Hey, get back here! I followed after him, but he wouldn't stop running away. I tried to stop him as he was destroying anything that stood in his path. He continued to evade me, but he was running straight for a cameraman's house. Hey, watch out, cameraman!
Huh?
Ah! Using his massive size, the cinema man plowed right through his home and kept on running.
Hey, what gives? I just paid off that house.
Sorry! The cinema man seemed to show no signs of stopping, leaving me no choice but to use my powers against him. Looks like we're doing this the hard way. I used my radio powers to interfere with his TV signal and he fell asleep, but his legs were still moving. He wasn't stopping, and soon enough, he fell into a hole. I ran over and approached him. The fall seemed to have snapped him out of his trance. Are you okay?
Something's controlling me. I don't know what it is.
Hang in there. We'll find out who the culprit is. They've got to be around here somewhere. How long have you been like this?
I can't recall. The last thing I remember, I was just patrolling the base.
Do you think it could have been the electric Skibidi?
Maybe, but this time felt different, like someone was calling for help.
Huh, I wonder who it could be.
Look out, in the building behind you.
On days 40 to 43, I turned around and used my powers to blast open the building in an instant. Out from the rubble came a tiny little computer man.
Please don't hurt me. I'm sorry.
Were you behind this?
Yes, I hacked into the cinema man because I needed your help to save my people.
Why didn't you ask us for help instead?
Well, I tried, but I'm so small and slow that anytime I would catch up to you, you'd take off.
Oh, well, I'll help you, but just promise not to hack us anymore.
You got it.
Go, Max. I'll find a way out of this hole.
I left the cinema man and followed the computer man to a lab, where I saw other computer men lined up in cages. And connected to all of the cages was a machine that was being controlled by the magnet scientist Skibidi Toilet.
All of your data will soon belong to the Skibidi Army.
This is cruel. I have to stop him. I tried to use my radio waves to stop the machine from transferring the data, but instead, it just got me caught.
Looks like I have company.
The magnet scientist Skibidi ran to me and started his attack. For days 44 through 46, I was locked in combat with the magnet scientist Skibidi. They used their magnet lightning attacks onto me, knocking me back and severely frying my circuits. I retaliated with my own radio power attacks, but they resisted my powers. What? Why aren't my attacks working?
You fool! As long as my magnets are active, I will resist all of your pathetic attacks.
They attacked me using a powerful surge of energy, leaving me with low health. Ugh, I can't survive many more attacks like that. What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, the computer man jumped out and threw a potion of slowness onto the magnet scientist Skibidi.
No! Once
The two of us booked it and escaped the lab while we had the chance. Phew, thanks for your help.
Of course! We're all on the same side!
He resists my attacks. How are we supposed to defeat him?
I can hack into him and shut down his magnets, but I'm going to need you to find a magnet ingot first.
I can do that. Just take me where I need to go. On days 47 through 50, I followed the computer man and arrived at an abandoned warehouse. Where are we?
This place was once used by the Alliance, but it's been abandoned since then. The magnet ingot is inside, but there's no way for us to get in.
Huh, let me try. I tried to use my different attacks to open the door to the warehouse, but nothing seemed to be working. That door is stronger than I thought. However, I looked over and noticed that a nearby generator was down, which gave me an idea. Hey, computer man, what are the chances that that generator controls the door?
Huh. Maybe you're right, but we need some source of electricity to power it back on.
I've got that covered. Time to put this antenna to use. I use the electricity from my antenna sword to power up the generator. Suddenly, the door opened and the magnet ingot was waiting for us inside.
There it is! I'll take it from here!
The computer man then ran up and claimed the magnet ingot for himself. This transformed him into a larger and stronger computer man.
This is just what I needed! Thanks, Max!
Looking good. Let's go back and save your people. On days 51 through 54, I returned to the lab to confront the magnet skibidi toilet. Surrender the computer man or face our power!
Yeah, what he said!
A convincing argument. Let me think about that. Never! Now prepare to die!
The magnet scientist Skibidi charged up an attack, but before he could do anything, the computer man used his hacking powers to deactivate his powers.
What the?
Now, Max!
Using my bass booming radio attack, I hit the machine that was keeping the computer men locked up, destroying it.
No!
With that, the computer men were freed and came charging towards the magnet scientist Skibidi to aid us in our fight.
You're not getting away with this! Come, Titan Computer Man!
All of a sudden, the Titan Computer Man was summoned, and it was clear something wasn't right.
They're mind controlling him! Run!
The computer men all fled in fear. I'm not going anywhere! I'm not afraid! Following the magnet scientist Skibidi's orders, the Titan Computer Man charged towards me. On days 55 through 57, the mind-controlled Titan Computer Man and I were locked in battle. The foe fired a powerful blast at me with his arm cannon, hitting me with great force. I didn't want to hurt him, but he was too strong. At this rate, I wouldn't survive. So I used my antenna sword attack to try and snap him out of his trance. Stop, please! I'm not your enemy! But it was no use. The Titan Computer Man ignored me and returned fire with another cannon shot. Luckily, this time I was able to dodge his attack. I hit back with my audio spikes, and it caused a spider skibidi toilet to fly off of the computer man. You must be the one mind controlling him. You're dead! With a swift shot of my powers, I slayed the spider skibidi, causing the Titan Computer Man to regain control of his actions.
What happened?
No time to explain. We have to crush that toilet. Together, with our powers combined, the Titan Computer Man and I were able to defeat the magnet skibidi toilet.
Thanks for saving me, Max. I'm happy to be back in the Alliance.
The Alliance is happy to have you. I know it's a long shot, but did you learn anything that could help give us an edge against the Skibidis? Please tell me.
Now that you mention it, while I was being held prisoner, I did discover some intel that could aid you in your battle against the electric Skibidi.
I need all the help I can get. Even the smallest piece of information could prove vital in taking the fiend down.
Well,
But before he could tell me, we were interrupted by the alarms going off. Suddenly, a portal opened beside me. I got sucked into the portal and I was teleported to another realm. On days 58 through 61, I arrived in a different dimension. Where am I? How did I get here?
Intruder!
Out of nowhere, a clock woman ambushed me. She started shooting at me with her gun, but I couldn't fight back as I didn't want to hurt her. I'm not your enemy. I work for the Alliance.
Oh, you're an Alliance member? Oh, do beg my pardon.
Thankfully, that caused her to stop attacking me.
You must be confused.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Well, allow me to explain. The electric skibidi toilet sent the other clockman and I here to die. He must have done the same thing to you. We need to get back to the city or we'll have no chance of surviving.
I'll help you guys.
Thanks. Oh, and take this. You're gonna need it.
She handed me a watch.
This watch will protect you from any of my time attacks.
Nice, thanks. Now let's get going. On days 62 through 64, I was following the Clockwoman to a tiny island floating above a massive pit, where all the Clockmen were stranded in the center.
Help! Someone help us!
Clockmen can't fly, so I'll need the help of a Titan to save them.
Don't worry, I've got this. I flew over to the chasm and began to build a way down, but I was interrupted by a gargoyle creature flying out from the pit and attacking me. Out of my way! I started fighting back against the creature with my radio powers. In return, it continued to spew globs of acid onto me, dealing massive damage to my health. I can't keep this up much longer!
Hold on tight.
The Clockwoman froze time, giving me a chance to safely finish the staircase without being attacked by the gargoyle. With that, I was able to free all of the Clockmen. Thanks for the help, Clockwoman. Just as time resumed, the gargoyle flew back in, knocking the Clockwoman into the pit. No! Immediately, I went in after her, flying down into the pit. On days 65 through 67, I flew down into the pit and found the Clockwoman sitting alone at the bottom of the chasm. Are you okay?
I think so.
Good to hear. In that case, let's get out of here. Suddenly, we both heard a low growl.
What was that?
I'll tell you one thing, it wasn't my stomach. We looked up to find a giant flaming skull head emerged from a hole within the chasm. We had landed right into its territory. It charged towards us and fired down a flaming breath attack. The Clockwoman rolled out of the way while I endured the fire damage and used my audio spike attack to knock it away. It lunged forwards while shooting fiery projectiles, and I just barely dodged it, causing the skull to hit a nearby wall, breaking it down. What's behind there?
It might be our only hope. Quick, while the beast is dazed.
I rushed through the opening with the Clockwoman and escaped before the creature woke up. On the other side of the tunnel, there was a rundown portal. This must be the way back to the city. Can we fix it?
I think so, but I'll need an attuned, Nova Steel, and energized ingot. If you mine through some of the area around here, you should find some.
Leave it to me! On days 68 through 72, I was traveling through an alternate dimension, searching for things the Clockwoman needed. I found myself in a strange rocky area and began to mine down some rocks to find the first material. Suddenly, a small goat-like creature ran towards me.
Hey, you're wrecking my home!
Oh, sorry. I was looking for a few things. I then explained my situation and told it what materials I needed.
Well, I've got an oversteel ingot. I'll give it to you if you can eliminate a monster for me.
I'll take that trade. I followed the goat to find an angry mechanized ghoul guarding a large structure. I charged towards the ghoul, fighting it with my antenna sword. It retaliated with a barrage of rockets, but I was able to dodge most of them. The ghoul couldn't keep up with my melee attacks, and before long, it fell. Once it was defeated, it dropped the attuned ingot from my list. Huh, that's convenient.
Great work! Here's your prize.
He handed me a Nova Steel ingot, meaning I only had one more to go. I continued searching around the barren wasteland of a dimension until I found a random cameraman building a house. Hey, cameraman, what are you doing all the way out here?
Well, ever since that rabid cinema man plowed through my house on day 39, I had to relocate to this dimension.
Why here? It's so cold and empty.
It was the only place I could afford. Have you seen the housing market lately? Not to mention, I don't have to worry about any crazy titans running through my home.
Just then, the gargoyle from before flew through the house to get to me, destroying it completely.
Hey, what gives, guy? I moved here to avoid this kind of stuff.
You again? This ends here! I fought the gargoyle with my sonic boom attack as he continued to pelt me with his acid spit attack. But I wasn't gonna let him get the best of me this time. Take this! I focused all my energy into a rapid fire audio spike attack, taking out the gargoyle for good. Upon his death, he dropped the last energized ingot that I needed. Great! I can use this to finish the portal.
Hey, Titan dude, you gonna pay for this?
Oh, sure thing. After this episode is done. See ya. I took off to report back to the Clockwoman.
Titans!
On days 73 through 75, I returned to the Clockwoman and handed her all the materials she needed.
Thanks. Oh, this is just what I needed. Now, let me just...
The Clockwoman took some time to repair the portal and eventually was able to get it looking brand new. Nice! Now we're ready to travel back to the city and I can find the rest of the Alliance members. Here goes nothing.
Wait. Be wary of what lies on the other side of this portal.
Huh? Doesn't this take us back to the city?
Well, based on my calculations, yes. But there's a chance it could transport us into an area where the Skibidi toilets reside. So we must prepare ourselves.
Is there a way we can make that not happen?
Sorry, Max. I've done all I can. We just need to hope for the best.
With a bit of hesitation, I walked through the portal. But when we arrived at my destination, I was surrounded by magnet Skibidi toilets. Oh no! It's a trap!
Oh, it's just as I feared! You dirty toilets! I won't let you stand between the Alliance and our mission again!
Yeah! We can take them down if we work together! We started our attack, and although the Clockwoman and I put up a good fight, more and more joined in, and eventually there were just too many of them. We were completely surrounded, and their numbers kept increasing. There's no way we can stop them at this rate! What are we gonna do?
We must keep fighting!
We tried to keep them at bay, but their forces proved to be too strong, causing us both to black out. When I woke up, I was in an arena with the Titan Clockman standing before me. Huh? Where am I? Magnet Skibidis were cheering from the bleachers, and nearby, I spotted the Clockwoman trapped in a cage.
Max, over here!
What's going on? Why bring us here? And why didn't the toilets just kill us? What could they be planning this time?
Not sure, but whatever it is, it's definitely not going to be good.
Just then, the giant magnet Skibidi appeared above us.
Skibidi-ladies and gentle toilets, are you ready? It's time for the main event, the showdown of the century, where we'll witness the Titan Radio Man and the Titan Clockman fight to the death!
So that's why they kept us alive, for their sick amusement.
Well, we're not gonna give them the satisfaction. Right, Titan Clockman? Titan Clockman?
We'll see about that. Ready, set, go!
Without wasting a second, the Titan Clockman charged towards me. On days 76 through 79, I was fighting the Titan Clockman in the Magnet Skibidis arena. He tried to use a time freeze attack on me, but thanks to my watch, I was able to keep moving. This only made him angry, and he fired at me with his clock gun. I was able to dodge his attack and shot my audio spikes back. I'm not your enemy! We need to get out of here! The Titan Clockman ignored me, striking at me again with his clock gun. He's not acting like himself. The Skibidi toilets have to be up to this. I used my sonic boom to land a big hit, causing a tiny mind-controlling toilet to fly off of the Titan Clockman. I've got you now! I was able to easily eliminate the toilet, and as soon as it fell, the Titan Clockman woke from his trance.
No! Obey me!
The giant magnet Skibidi flew in, but the Clockman was able to easily destroy him with his clock punch. All of the crowd ran away in fear, giving me the chance to free the Clockwoman from her prison.
You saved me and my people. Please, take this.
He handed me an upgrade, causing me to gain 5 hearts and new powers. Just then, I spotted a map on the ground. This looks interesting. I'd better check it out. With that, I set off, following the mysterious map. On days 80 through 83, I arrived at the location on the map to find a graveyard with a bunch of dug up graves. What's going on here? As I got closer, 2 modded Skibidis crawled out of the holes and confronted me.
Well, well, well. If it isn't a Titan Radio Man.
Dinner's come early, brother. Are you ready to feast?
Yes. I can't wait to rip him to pieces and add his radio parts to our collection.
You're not getting any part of me, you crazy toilets!
Ha! Feisty, isn't he? I can't wait any longer. Let's get him.
Agreed. You're mine, Radio Man.
Ha ha! Let's feast.
No way! I'll send you right back to where you came from. The modded Skibidis charged towards me, and I readied myself for the fight of my life. I used my new upgraded radio wave attack to knock one back, but the other one came at me and sliced at my legs. I tried to attack him, but his comrade would just catch me while I was off guard. I can't fight them like this. I'll have to do something to end them both at once. As the modded Skibidis charged at me, I unleashed a massive radio shockwave that took both of them out. Now that's more like it. Out of nowhere, a little drill man jumped out of one of the graves. Huh? No, wait! Come back! I didn't mean to scare you! I had no choice but to follow after the tiny drill man. On days 84 through 86, I was following the drill man until out of nowhere, a clawed Skibidi attacked him.
You're mine!
I intervened before he could get hurt, fighting off the clawed Skibidi with my sonic boom attack. Not on my watch!
Looks like we have company!
He tried to charge me with his spinning claws, but I dodged the hit just in time. Nice try! In response, I used my radio wave attack to try and deal big damage. It only took one final hit before the clawed Skibidi fell.
You saved me?
Of course! I'm your ally!
If that's the case, then can you please help me? My people at our Titan are in trouble.
I'd be happy to help. Take me to them. With that, I followed the little drill man. On days 87 through 89, we arrived at an area where the drill men were stuck inside of bedrock cages.
Please, they need your help.
Can't they dig their way out?
That's the problem. Drillmen can't break through bedrock.
Let me see what I can do. I flew down and began to use all my different powers to try and break through the cage, but nothing was working.
Oh no, it's hopeless.
Don't give up now. There has to be a way through this. I focused and used my radio signal to tap into anything that might give me a lead. Before I knew it, I ended up tapping into a Skibidi Toilet's walkie-talkie. How's it going, fellow Skibidi? Over?
Hi? Over.
Hypothetically, if we wanted to unlock the bedrock cages, how would we do that? Over?
Well, we'd have to deactivate the machine that keeps them running. You know, the one in the brick building? Over.
Got it. Thanks.
He didn't say over.
Bingo! I located the brick building and was able to easily break down the wall, revealing the machine.
If you can break that machine, it'll free the other drillmen.
Then let's do it! I used my powers on the machine, but it wouldn't break. Come on! No matter how hard I tried, my powers just weren't enough to break it. How am I supposed to turn this thing off? Suddenly, I was ambushed by a giant skull Skibidi Toilet.
The drillmen are mine!
On days 90 through 92, I was defending the drill men from the Skull Skibidi. It used its acid vomit attack on me, dealing poison damage. I used my sonic boom attack, but the Skull Skibidi wouldn't give up.
You won't make it out of here alive, Radio Man!
I need to destroy that machine, but how? Out of nowhere, I got an idea. I ran towards the machine, attempting to lure the Skull Skibidi towards me. Hey, Bonehead, come and get me!
Who are you?
He ran at me and used his vomit attack, but I was able to evade it, meaning his attack hit the machine instead. The machine began to smoke and sputter with electricity.
Oh, crap.
I ran out of the building in time as the machine exploded, taking the Skull Skibidi down in the process. I'd better go check on the drill men. I flew back to the drill men and saw that the cages were now opening. The drill men were freed! Suddenly, the Titan drill man's cage opened, but just like the other Titans, he wasn't acting like himself. I don't like the look of this. Before I could say anything else, the Titan drill man attacked me. All throughout days 93 to 95, I was fending off the relentless assault of the Titan Drillman. I tried to evade and regain my strength behind a wall of rocks, but my titanic foe used his massive drills to plow right through it. I narrowly dodged out of the way. I fired back an audio spike attack, but it glanced off his tough armor. I don't want to fight you! I'm on your side! The Titan lumbered towards me. He was trying to kill me. If I kept holding back, I would never be able to defeat him. The drill man swung in with his massive drill arms. Looks like I'll have to knock some sense into you! I used my sonic boom attack to send the mind-controlling Skibidi Toilet flying off of him. The mind-controlling spider Skibidi tried to scurry away, but I hit it with a well-placed shot, killing it instantly.
My head!
Are you okay?
I am now, but I'm not one to live and let live. Those toilets have to pay for what they did to me and my people.
Then come with me. It's time for the Alliance to plan its final attack. With the Titan Drillman finally on our side, all of the Titans had finally been reunited with each other.
The Alliance is stronger than ever, and it's all thanks to you, Max.
I couldn't have done this without all of you, but the battle is far from over. How are we gonna defeat the Electric Skibidi Toilet?
Now that all the Titans are reunited, we'll be able to create the ultimate upgrade.
What's that?
Hold still.
All of the Titans focused their energy in unison. After a few moments, a glowing upgrade disc appeared in front of me.
I think it's only natural that you take it, Max.
Wow, are you sure?
Of course we are. Go ahead, take it.
With their permission, I grabbed the ultimate upgrade. The upgrade granted me 10 extra hearts, and I began to feel like I was finally ready. It's time to finish this! On day 99, I arrived back at the city. There, the Electric Skibidi Toilet's army was already waiting for us. Everyone, let's win this! For the Alliance! Our Titan forces rushed towards the opposition, charging in for the final battle. It was all of the members of the Alliance versus the Skibidi Toilets. As the Titans took on the first wave, our smaller Alliance members rushed in to help our cause. We were neck and neck, but with the backup of the Titans, my allies were getting the edge. Show yourself, Electric Skibidi! Overhead, lightning struck, and the ultimate bad guy appeared, the Electric Skibidi.
I've been waiting for this moment.
He struck down my allies left and right before aiming his attacks at me, but luckily, I was able to dodge the attack and retaliate with one of my own.
You'll pay for that!
Causing him and I to disappear. On day 100, I reappeared in another area. It was just me and the Electric Skibidi. Surrender now and this won't have to get ugly.
I'll never surrender, not to a weakling like you. I'll defeat you and your precious Alliance.
What do you have against the Radio Men anyway? We don't deserve this torment.
Your radio waves pollute the very air I walk on. I can't even think or listen to my own skibidi thoughts while your dreaded radio signals drift into my systems. Once the radio men are gone from this world, I can live in peace, even if that means the Alliance must die with them.
Then it looks like we're doing this the hard way.
With pleasure.
The Electric Skibidi used his lightning barrage attack on me, dealing loads of damage. Luckily, I was able to endure the hit thanks to my upgrades. I retaliated with my Sonic Boom attack.
Not bad for a radio, but can you handle this?
He shot an electric beam attack towards me, but I managed to dodge it. You'll never win this battle! Not as long as the Alliance is on my side! I charged in, landing the finishing blow. The Electric Skibidi fell defeated. The Alliance had won the war.